Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? For those who follow Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube, those who follow Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook, how's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing fine. This is Spiritual Encrypted Encounters special for tonight. I'm your host, Count Sias. Hope everybody is doing well. It's me. I took a little break. I just finished doing a live on Spiritually Gifted Encounters on YouTube. Now we're doing a live here on Restream. How you doing, Stone Hobbit? How you doing tonight? I hope you're doing great. I see we got 3 viewers right now. I'm your host for tonight, Count Sias. I am waiting for Abe Sayas' cousin, Jesus Carvajal, to come in to join this live. This is Spiritually Critical's Restrain Halloween special. How you doing? How you doing, Neva's Angel? Stone Hobbits. I'm glad you all doing well tonight. As for me, I'm a little bit thirsty, if you know what I mean. Oh, cheers to everyone. How you doing, World Deluxe? The only thing I can say, Royal Deluxe, is Abe is taking a little nap, and Sergeant Sears is taking a nap too. They won't be able to have enough energy till tomorrow afternoon. They'll be back tomorrow, but for right now, they're in timeout taking a little nap. I'm waiting on this Jesus Carvajal, which is Abe's cousin. How you doing, Madeline Shop? Or you the one they nickname La Duende or Duendita? I don't know. This Jesus Carvajal is running late. ABC has told me that he was going to do a live. So I don't know what's the matter with him. Okay, that sounds good. Never's Angel. Queen Duandita, how are you? I knew a lot of queens in Europe. And then you had this queen group from America. There's not real queens, the queen group. There was fellas calling themselves queen. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, where are you? Yes, he's running late. You know how them he's just running late all the time. Maybe he's taking a nap. He might be taking a nap. I don't know. Maybe he's mad because I drained the life source of his cousin Abe Sias or brother Abe, how he calls him. He's mad. I better check the door, make sure he don't kick it in. Oh, I see something there. Who is that? Let me see very quick. Who do we got here? Good evening, Jesus Carvajal. How are you tonight?
I am doing well. How are you, Count?
Oh, nice shirt.
Thank you.
This that nice shirt that you got on.
No, Madeline,
Very nice shirt.
I'm running on Black people's time, Madeline. Welcome, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little late. I was powdering my nose. Hi, Stone Habit. Madeline, how you doing? Mr. Anderson, how you doing? Well, well, well. This is Cynthia. How you doing, Cyn?
Hope you're not mad with me because your cousin HC is taking a little break. He was
Ah,
feeling a little bit tired tonight.
that's not what I
I hope
heard.
you don't get mad at the count.
That's not what I heard. I heard you took a little sip on that neck is what I heard. I was
I don't know.
contacting.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jesus Carvajal.
They'll be biting on my cousin, man. You don't like it?
His blood is not that good. It's too thin. He's on the blood thinner from the VA. It's too thin, too thin.
Well, it's a blood light. It's
Yes. Yes, very funny. A bot light,
a blood
a
light.
different, a real blood light.
Ah, oh, that tastes pretty good, man.
So where I heard through the grapevine, their cousin Jesse, or that's what they call you here, cousin Jesse, El Primo.
Yo, Primo.
Where is your drink, cousin Jesse? They say you
Oh,
gave a big mug.
well, I got a midget one now. This is to
Oh, okay.
Madeline. This is to Madeline Chap. La Duendita, look, I got a little cup just for you.
A Duende cup, a little cup.
Yeah, just a little cup for the Duendita. Hey, Prima Ivory, how you doing? Prima Ivy. I'm quick
Let
with the
me see if I
one-liners,
can share
Mr. Anderson.
this live feed with the other groups that your cousin is affiliated with.
Yeah, he'd get diabetes on my blood. uh, How's everybody doing tonight? Did y'all go trick or treating or just tricking? Wow, man. Woo! How's everyone doing? I had a great day. I went and relived my youth. I went to Cidercade here in Fort Worth, paid $12 and played 80s video games all day. I was out there with my brother Joe. We got there at 11, didn't leave till like 5:30. All the games were for free. Oh, look, Ivy says hand pink waving. Ivy, crossed eyes blinking. Exuberance, how you doing? ¿Qué pasquis, Exuberance? You see this one of a kind shirt that I got in the mail? I got it before my cousin got knocked out. Yeah, man, we had a great time. I got the high score on 5 different games. I'm still good. Let's see, got the high score on Joust, got the high score on oh, what's that game? Moon Patrol, Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong Jr., and Zack Zone. Exuberance. Gotta keep it old school, brother. Keep it old school. Mm, mm. Oh, happy Halloween, Benny Blanco. No, Cynthia, he's sharing everything to the other pages he shares to. He's trying to do Abe's job, but Abe is a lot better at it.
When I drink the blood, I know what he does. That's what it was doing. That's what it took a sip of the blood, so I'll be able to know what he does, how to operate this machinery. So I don't have to study nothing. It comes to me naturally when I drink the blood. I know what they do.
What's my favorite vampire movie? Eh, if I tell you, you're gonna laugh. Uh, it's with Leslie Nielsen. Dracula, Dead and Loving It. Yeah, it had to be a comedy. There was also that other movie with what's his fucking name? The dude that used to play Zorro, the gay blade. It was called Love at First Bite or something like that.
George Hamilton.
Yeah, that gay guy. He always smelled like bacon, man, because he was always tan.
I seen some of you in the YouTube chat earlier. Most of you that are here, I seen you all over there.
Well,
So,
yeah, they're
what are we talking about tonight? There, Primo Jesse. That's what he called you, Primo Jesse.
yeah, we're cousins, man. You might want some of this blood, but you'll get diabetic with this blood. um, well, let's ask the audience. What do y'all want to talk about? Anything spiritual? Anything that has to do with vampires, werewolves, shadow people? Anything y'all are going
We can
through?
talk about the Nosferatu since we're here tonight. When is the first time that you heard about the Nosferatu? There, Jesse.
I heard about the Nosferatu back when I saw my first vampire movie with Bela Lugosi as Dracula. He'll always be the original Dracula for me, man. He was buried in his vampire outfit when he died. But yeah, that's about the time. I think it must have been 8 or 9 when I saw that movie, and it scared the crap out of me. So yeah, Mexican
Those
vampires
times
don't
were
shed blood.
those times were the times you're talking about is the old times in the 50s and 60s.
Well, that was the first movie I ever saw. It was still in black and
50s
white.
and 60s. Yes. To you it's old times, but to me it's just like
Yesterday,
I'm from a long time ago.
is that like a werewolf's age? Hace mucho.
But I know those actors that you're talking about.
Yeah,
Those are the
he
times
was.
of Abbott and Costello.
Yes, yep, yep. I remember Abbott and
When
Costello when
everything was
they.
black and white just about.
Yes, yes. I'm old as dirt.
Those black and white
Mexican
movies
vampire,
of the
Mexican vampires.
werewolf, vampires, the mummy, or how you say it in Spanish, the
La,
momia.
la momia. Madeline, Mexican vampires don't suck blood. They suck tequila.
Dustin Dawn was a good one. Oh, yes. I know that Salma Hayek. That was a very good movie. Oh, yes.
I've never seen it. I'm lying. I saw it.
Lost Boys and the second Underworld movie. Yes, I've seen those. But those are just movies. Uh, I remember the black and white Nosferatu movie. You remember that one? One of
Uh,
the originals?
no, I don't watch horror movies anymore, cousin. Ever since I told you that Bela Lugosi scared
Oh,
the crap out of me.
is cousin a name that you call everybody?
Yeah, it's because I'm black. What's up, cuz? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you.
Lugosi. He resembled him. Yes.
I've never seen Queen of the Damned, Cynthia.
Yes, I've seen that one with the female singer that died in a she died in an accident. I think her name was Aliyah, if I'm correct.
You're correct, Count. Hello, Road
She died
Deluxe.
in an accident. David Smart, he said he's watching Hellraiser. I'm the original OG Hellraiser. People's always trying to hunt me down with torches, with fire. They will get mad because I would drink a little bit of blood from their family members, and they will come after me back in the day. But here you
Thank
go.
you, brother Smart.
I think this is the one they push to make cousin Jesse one the size. Let me push this real quick.
Oh
Let me show
no!
you. Let me show you the symbol that I was trying to show you of the count.
Help me, Madeline.
Do you see the symbol of the dragon?
Yes, I see the symbol of the dragon.
That is my
Oh,
nickname, the dragon, Dracula. Count. What is a nickname? My real name is Count Sias. Just wanted to share that with you. There we go.
hey, I'm back.
Jesse, back to normal again.
Thank you. You got the same kind of magic as my cousin. He always makes me a duende.
Thank you, David Smart. People ask me, is that your costume? I said, no, this is what I wear all the time, day and night.
Ooh, ooh. Are there any children rolling around through my cousin's neighborhood? Count? Do y'all have Rebel handing out candy treats?
Rebel is not here right now. He's taking a
Mm.
little break too.
You bit the dog too?
I gave him a doggy treat. He'll be okay. I did not I did not bite the rebel. I put him in a hypnotic state. So he's being in a hypnotic state and he's outside right now.
Mm.
He
So
was
you got
bothering the hell out of me for some treats. I don't know why he wants to give him treats all the time. He just here bothered me while I was on YouTube. I said, let me put him in a hypnotic state and send him outside. Yeah, he always wants treats. But if oh, there he is again. He came in here. Come here, Hal.
Hell
He's
out.
drinking. He's drinking some water. Rebel, come here, Rebel. The audience wants to see Rebel. Come here, Hal. There you go. He got his treat and it went bye bye. Bye bye, Rebel.
You out there working on All Hallows Eve, Madeline?
Thank you, Sister Lisa Haskins. Donkey Sean.
Did you
Gracias.
say, did you say donkey show?
No, Donkey Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry, I heard donkey show.
Donkey. Not donkey.
Okay.
Donkey. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like that. Hmm.
I promised HCS since he was donated a lot of blood last year to the count that I will be here again this year. As you can see, he donated quite a bit.
Well, you almost left him with nothing.
That's what I said. He's gonna reproduce the blood. He'll be okay tomorrow. The
That's a
headache will
lot.
go away.
That's a lot of blood. Ah, so, what do we want to talk about? More vampire stuff?
This this is open mic night. Who likes to come on live with the count? Come talk to the count.
We
Maybe I
promise
can help
you.
you out.
We
What do you
promise you.
want to talk about?
We promise you. He won't bite much.
Just a little, just very little.
He'll go. Forget what I just did.
Wait, one. I hear some knocking going on over here.
It's probably Abe trying to get it up. You need to go knock him back out.
Okay, he's project. There you go. Is that better? Or is the other lighting better?
No, I can see you.
Is
I
that
can see
good?
you a
Which
little
one do
bit.
you like? Like this or like this?
That's better. It brings out. It makes your makeup pop.
Okay, let me see. Right, that is good.
Let's talk about everything. All right, all right, Cynthia. Where do you want to start? You want to start with Black Shadow figures? You want to start with the Count and his kin, or do you want to start with werewolves? Pick a subject. We'll talk about it. Hey, hey, Count,
Okay.
don't wink at me. I have a girlfriend.
I heard you had trouble with a huggable succubus, Jesse.
That's true, man. He wanted me to meet him in the woods, man. I don't know what for. I don't play that, man. He said he wanted to
Mr.
give me a hug.
Listiatus loves his shirt. How about my pendant here? It's a cross. It's
I
a
know where you
vampire.
got that.
It's a
I know where
vampire
you got.
cross. Look at this.
Wow.
He's got
I
a
know where
pendant in the middle.
I know where you got that shirt.
Where did
You
I
took
get
it.
it from?
You took it from Prince. Whoop.
Do you like my cape?
I
I got a cape on too. Look at this.
hope it's not a cape with poop stains on it, like that guy that came on here and tried to say he was gonna cut us to pieces.
Don't look into my eyes.
That's what Prince said. Whoop. Yeah,
Look into my eyes.
yes, Cynthia. Let's let the Count say what he wants to talk about. You love his outfit, Cynthia. Really? Is it that androgynous?
Thank you, Cynthia.
Ah, it's too woodsy. Mm.
Movies that are uh like what kind of movies are we talking about? Any kind of movie? Thank you, Annette. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa Haskins.
Welcome, Annette.
I'm
How you
thinking
doing?
vampire movie. There's been so many that I remember. So many vampire movie over the years.
I remember one called the Brides of Dracula. He had a
I yes,
harem.
he had Christopher Lee in it.
Yes, he had a harem. He had like
Yeah,
10 wives, man.
yes.
What about that movie Dracula the Untold Story?
Uh,
He meets that dude in the cave and gets his powers
yeah.
from that dude in the cave. I guess it was the original vampire.
It's okay.
Did a thumbs up or two thumbs down?
The vampire, he was okay. But I'm thinking about back in the day, movies of the 60s, a lot of vampire movies where there was a a movie where there was a castle. In the castle, there was a lot of secret passageways, and the vampire live in the cellar or in the what do you call it? Where they had like a cages in the bottom of the castle. But this
The
is
dungeon.
old movies, black and white movies.
He lived in a dungeon.
Yes, it was a big castle, and there was vampires everywhere, and a lot of female vampires in this movie.
Well, I thought that movie Interview with the Vampire was pretty good too.
Yes, it was okay too. Yes.
You know, the Mexicans renamed it. They named it La Entrevista con el Vampiro.
How about that other movie with the girl and the versus the Lycanthrope?
Underworld.
Underworld. That was a pretty good movie. I
Yeah, that was
remember having
good.
battles with the Lycanthrope back in the day. Uh, I don't remember women vampires wearing that kind of clothes, but it was a good movie.
That clothes was all made of lycanthrope fur.
Yes, Dog Soldier was a good movie also.
Did I see that movie Dog Soldier? I might have.
It's about the lycanthrope werewolves were dealing with a military experiment. It's called Dog Soldiers. You should look it up. It's very good movie. The lycanthrope were very tall in that movie. Has anybody seen the new movie of Salem's Lot? It's
No,
about Nosferatu.
I haven't seen Salem Slut.
There's an old movie with David Soul back in the 70s. Now they have a new movie that just came out last month. Is dealing with Salem's Lot. It's pretty good. It's about the Nosferatu. You should check it out. Primo Jesse.
Yeah. I might work up the courage just to do that.
Oh, you don't watch scary movies?
No, because then I dream them.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell you
Well,
how many times.
somebody put Lost Boys. I remember that. That's about the Nosferatu. Uh, what was the other movie? I'm telling you, it was about a Nosferatu and a lycanthrope. It was a house. I just can't remember the name of the movie.
I can't remember it either. I'm trying to think. No, I can't remember
Oh,
that
the
movie.
Lost. Yes, the Lost Voyage is pretty good. Also, it's about the Nosferatu.
Come on, man. They're in Rosita. They got beat up by the Karate Kid.
If you look up Nosferatu, a vampire movie, there's a lot of movies I've done throughout the years. Many movies. The Ben Helsing movie had a Nosferatu
That was a good movie.
and Lycanthrope, a werewolf in it. Do you all remember that one with Hugh Jackman?
Hmm.
Do
The
you
movie
seen
was.
that one?
What was the name of the movie?
Yeah, just I've seen that one too, Royal Deluxe. Sarcophagus vampire movie. The Ben Helsing movie.
Oh yeah, that was a good movie. I liked it. He played a believable Van Helsing.
There was a little debut in the movie with Dr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde.
I
A little
remember that
part
movie.
in that movie. You had Igor. There was mirrors where you could teleport and go into a different dimension.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that.
Yes, this is very good with Helsing. They had Frankie. You know who Frankie is? Yeah,
Frankie goes.
Frankenstein in the movie.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
No, they have Frankenstein in the movie. I like the female vampires in the movie. They were very, very beautiful. Very beautiful
Yeah.
women.
I don't know
What other?
that guy that played the werewolf. He was going through some family turmoil. Looked like a spiritual opening to me.
In what movie?
Van Helsing. You forget they had a werewolf in that movie as well.
You're talking about Dracula, the Bram Stoker Dracula. That's a very good movie.
No, in Van Helsing, that girl that was in that town where he went that was helping him, her brother had been turned into a werewolf.
That's right, Lisa. I'm taking some energy drinks. It has a lot of iron in it.
I'm drinking something I don't like, man. I don't think I'll buy that anymore. It got a too woody taste. At least you can't spell. I always get messed up by autocorrect, Lisa. Autocorrect
What's
messes
the
you up.
best werewolf movie that you've seen? I know
The
Dutch
werewolf
Soldiers
movie.
is up there. How about The Howling?
The
Has
Howling
anybody
was a
seen
great
The
movie.
Howling movie?
The Howling was a great movie. So was Werewolf in London, American Werewolf in London.
Werewolf in London. How about the Werewolf in Paris, in London or
That was,
Paris?
that was, it was in Paris, and that was pretty good too. But in that one, he's more of a dog than a werewolf. Just a big, big dog.
Uh,
Um,
Never's Angel says that the Wolfman was amazing as well. Is that the one with Jack Nicholson?
that was a good movie. I can't remember what it was called, but that was a good movie. Him and Michelle Pfeiffer were good in that movie. Uh, there was another one where it was a town full of werewolves, and the town was called Flower. And when you looked at it backwards, it's spelled wolf. Flow, it's spelled flow, and then backward when you see it in the shadow, it's spelled wolf. Was the name of the town.
There's
Everybody in the ground.
a lot of people trick or treating right now, and a lot of people doing live tonight.
Well, right now, what I'm doing, man, I got the outside light on. I got the lamp on. I'm hiding from these trick or treaters, man. If I had candy here, man, it wouldn't be given out. I'd be eating it. Another werewolf movie.
How about Silver Bullet?
Yeah, that was a great movie, man. Silver Bullet. Yeah,
Is that the John Carpenter movie?
I think it might be.
Silver Bullet.
All the Howling movies were good. I don't remember how many they made. Two or three of them, they were good. Uh, that wouldn't be a movie. It would be more like a comedy. I was gonna say Teen Wolf. That was a wolf movie.
Teen Wolf.
Yeah, they made two of those, I think. Hmm.
So the
What
way the
about?
werewolf was able to, so in order for a person to become a werewolf, they will have to get bit or marked by the beast. Am I correct?
Yes, you have to get bit or marked by a werewolf, and then on the next full moon, you become a werewolf. 'Cause you get the curse.
Do you believe that is real?
Yes, I believe that is real. You can ask any gypsy, and they'll tell you it's real.
Or do you think it's a form of something, someone summoning a demonic spirit? Or do you think it's just a person that shapeshifts because they practice a witchcraft and necromancy?
I believe it's a curse, and through the curse, you become what you become from the curse. It's a curse, and the only way they can kill you is with a silver bullet, or if they hit you with anything made of silver. That's what they
So how
say.
about if a werewolf gets his head cut off, would that kill him too?
I don't know. It depends if it's with a silver blade or it might just grow back. Because the only way you can kill a werewolf, they said, with a silver bullet or a silver
You have to get very
anything.
close to it to be able to cut it with a blade.
Yeah, and that's when you get bit and become a werewolf.
We got the rebel here again.
He's a werewolf.
He's trying to get another treat.
You better give him a treat before he transforms into a werewolf. Whoa! Look at
Really?
that! Look at that hellhound.
It's a curse. You gentlemen should watch the movie. So we're talking about curses. How many bloodlines do you think are corrupted with the curses of the Nosferatu or the werewolf or a demonic generational curse?
Well, that depends, cousin, because those curses go back when time started. So there could be any number of generations that have had that curse, because these are curses that go back into when time started. You can't tell how
How you
many.
doing? Casual conversation with GNA. Good evening.
Hello, Sashi.
Good
Yeah,
evening,
because
Sachi.
like I said, we could be talking thousands, if not millions, of generations that go back because they've been alive forever since time began.
And this curses could be any kind of curse. It could be curses of the, the the fallen angels, curses of the watchers, of these demigods or Greek mythology gods. Didn't the women that slept with the Nephilim, some became harpies and some became sirens, right? The ones that create the Nephilim. What do you think happened to those women that slept with the Nephilim?
They were cursed, and they probably became uh, beastly formed women, maybe harpies, maybe sirens, maybe Medusas. You never know. They were cursed.
Or how about brujas, harpies,
Yeah.
lechuzas?
Yes, but those are mainly from Raymondville. You know how it is there, man. Everybody and their grandma's a witch. What the hell was that?
Somebody say bye, Liz.
And
We,
then Liz says she's not by.
they became sirens. That's right. So I got a question for the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Do you think vampires, Nosferatus, are real? Do you think that they're amongst us? I'm reading the comments here. Yes, they change form into sirens and harpies because it slept with the watchers. Yes, I believe Brother HCS had an encounter in Germany with an Nosferatu. That was me that he ran into. I was trying to let them know to be careful because there are many Nosferatus in Germany. So I had to scare him a little bit, tried to scare him, but he wasn't afraid of me. So all I did is ish and walked away. But after that, he was always alert, always paying attention to the surroundings. I was just trying to let them know to be careful because the Nosferatu does exist. What movie did you watch to give you nightmares, Lisa Haskins? You must have had to see the movie to have nightmares of a vampire, of a vampiro. What do you think, cousin Jesse?
Well, I believe they exist. I'm looking right at you. The proof is in the pudding, count. You
Let's
have
name some
done.
of the things that a vampire can enter your house or your foundation. Can you name a couple of things?
I don't know. I thought the only way a vampire could enter your house was he had to be invited. That's the only way. That's just what I heard. And even if
Has
you
to be
invite him,
invited into the house.
you have to be, he has to be invited by the head of the household. Not just anybody can invite him. And then after you invite him, you can always rescind your invitation so that he is no longer welcome and he has to leave. Just like any other demonic spirit or DDN, you can make him leave.
Vincent Price. Yes, I remember Vincent Price. He had the crazy laugh. Didn't he make a video with Michael Jackson
Well, this is Trina. Woo!
where he's laughing.
Yeah, it was thriller.
He made a lot of horror movies back in the day. I think he made the original Haunted Hill movie,
Yeah,
one of the originals. I would say the second original.
he did a lot of Edgar Allan Poe plays, man, and movies like that, like the Telltale Heart and movies like that. You lived in an old
No,
house and it could have
this
been
guy
Diddy
has
anyway.
instead. I lived in an old house, could have had been Diddy, and if you were having nightmares and sleep, like a sleeping
Correct.
disorder, night terrors, could have been the succubus or incubus. They were making you have the nightmares. So that's why you might have been having the nightmares.
I would accept the incubus and the succubus instead of the huccubus succubus. Man, bring on the incubus and the succubus instead of the huggibus succubus because that one he's all wrong.
This good you stood against it, Lisa Heskin, without fear. That is what you're supposed to do. Take authority over it and send it away. Can give fear power. But you could always invite the count. You could always invite the count in.
I don't know about that count. Look what happened to Abe. He invited you over. You got knocked the hell out. Him and
He's just
Sergeant Sears.
he's just taking a little break.
Yeah,
Did you see all the trolls that were trolling me over there on YouTube?
yeah, I was there, man. I got rid of some of them. I did you a favor. High five.
Who do you think all those trolls were?
It was that other mystical being called Corn on the Cobbas. It was also the Pink Ranger that rides the tiger.
We had many views when I got off, over 800 views for 2 hours. 800 views. Any questions for the count from the audience?
Come on, y'all gotta have some kind of questions for the count. Ooh,
How you doing, Sister Michelle Delaney?
man,
Good evening. How you doing tonight?
hello, Michelle. Do you know
Hope
the
you're
count?
doing well tonight. Hope you're doing well tonight.
You better smash that like button, or we're gonna send the count to your house to bleed you dry. You know he's thirsty.
Yes, I'm always very thirsty.
What era is the count from? There's your question, count. What era are you from?
You could say I'm timeless.
You heard that, Cynthia? He's Timex. He takes a licking but keeps on ticking. Did I
Timeless.
hear? Oh, timeless. I thought I said Timex.
Well, Timex, Timex too. timeless. I'm timeless.
I'm sorry, man.
I've been here for a very long time. And Jesse, I'm way older than you. You cannot hear? I have perfect hearing.
Yeah,
Does that count?
I got ear issues, man. My dad used to put a funnel in my ear and ruin my hearing. I thought he was trying to burn me to death.
I just go with the flow of things. And never Angel. I've been here for a very long time. If there was a movie that could describe me, I would say the Blade movie, where I'm the original vampire from a long, long, long time ago. So you could
Yeah,
say I'm
he's
timeless.
he's the original player from the Himalayas. I think way before then, Cynthia, before the Egyptians.
Yes, I seen when Egypt got built, I was hid in the shadows. I've been here for a very long, 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 long time.
That's a question. That's a good question, Cynthia.
Yes, for people to understand is the riches is right here. Look, there's the riches. Here's the riches of life with the Nasburatu.
Oh no, this was worse. He would make a funnel out of newspaper, and then he'd stick it in my ear, and then he'd light that sucker on fire. I always thought my dad was trying to burn me to death, and then if I did have air in my ear, it would poof, poof like that, and he would let it burn till it was maybe like this close. I'd be screaming bloody murder. He was a great torturer. I recommend him to all my friends. Is that a sword cane, Count? Ooh, Jesse likes. Yeah, that's now you're thinking now you're talking Jesse's language right there, my account. Yes.
Jack the Ripper. Me and Jack the Ripper had an encounter with each other, and he got to taste my sword.
I don't have swords anymore, man. All I got are these, man. Watch.
Hello, lady in red. How are you tonight? Thank you, sister. It's just a cane. That's all it is. Just a cane. This is what I'm saying to you. This is just a cane. A cane.
Look,
Talk
Count.
about bloodline. A
These are
cane.
these are all I got left. I remember when I used to train Primo Abe with these. That's how old they are. We used to throw them at each other and catch them. He would tell you there was one time where his sister Beatrice stuck her hand in front of his eyes and it got stuck in the back of her hand. What was that, Lisa? He did what to get his cat high?
So this is some stories. You wanna say some stories? I'm trying to see if the audience wants to ask questions.
Questions
I
like,
wanna talk to you about something in the past that nobody really knows about. Like I said, the count always lurks it. He always lurks in the dark. You could have asked me, Count, what have you found in the dark? And I can tell you what I've seen in the dark because
hello,
that's where I
homie.
dwell in the dark.
So here's a question. How fast can you move if you need to move fast? Can you
As
teleport?
fast as fast as the wind, as
Ooh,
fast as smoke, as fast as the speed of light, even though I do not like the light, or I can teleport.
that's a good question, Sashi. She wants to know what's the scariest thing you have seen.
In the darkness, there's so many things in the darkness that is scary, but the count is not afraid of nothing. But there is things in the darkness that lurk in the darkness. There are demonic spirits that Dirien, they're looking for shapeshifter ski workers, shadow figures, old, ancient
Welcome, Lady in Red.
spirits that have been here since the beginning of time, from the void, from the darkness that exists also.
Do they work, Jaime? They're real. They should work. Just gotta know how to throw 'em. I used to think I was a ninja back in the day, Jaime. I trained as such. I remember Cousin Abe used to laugh because he thought I was crazy. I tell him, I'm a ninja. I'm a ninja. He tell me, you're a frijolero.
There's people of
So,
the occult that lurk in the darkness.
here's a question for you.
Uh, Brujas, brujos, el
Here's another,
cucuy, la
here's another,
llorona.
que- here's another question for you. How tall are angels compared to demons? Is what Sashi wants to know.
In the spiritual realm, you can be as tall as you want to be. Whatever you project to be, you can be tall, you can be short, you can be small, but there are many different sizes of angels. There's a structure of the angels. There's some that are very tall. There's some that look different. So it doesn't look human-like, but there are many different kind of angels. The seraphim, There's a ranking structure of the angels. Everybody knows Michael, Gabriel is a structure.
Welcome, B. How are you?
Who is the one that the fought with Lucifer and cast him down from the heavens? Does anybody remember?
I think it was Michael.
Yes, many sizes. Yes, I know the spirit, and my name is Count Sias. I know your thoughts.
Yeah.
The Count knows what you're thinking. So how do I got a question for you? How would you fight something that knows your spirit, that knows your spirit and knows your every move of what you're gonna make? How would you be able to fight something like that? Will be my question to the audience right now. Let's see
I'm
if
good,
anybody can give
brother.
me an answer. I like mixed drinks, Pigeon. Anybody is gonna answer my question. You see if somebody can give me an answer to the question that I asked.
No, you said audience, so I think that leaves me out. Sashi, what's your favorite blood type to drink? Sias blood. He drained my
Mixed
cousin.
drinks. Mixed drinks.
He's got a mix of brother Abe Sias and
Mixed
Sergeant
drinks are
Sias.
good.
Overbuilt missed the question. Sashi says you would use prayer and Jesus. That would be a black Russian overbuilt.
Thank you for tuning in, V. Uh, I don't know if it worked. I haven't watched the replay. What you talking about, PJ?
Ah,
We're getting a lot of answers now. You type in and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. Yes. You have to fight spiritually against what's in spirit. You have to prepare yourself for the spiritual warfare. Make sure you're in the right path. Don't have no spiritual openings. So not even I, the count, can attack spiritually. If you have spiritual openings is a fear or believe in other things, if you can stop that, then even I, the count, cannot do nothing to you. Nor the other things that are around. They go bump in the night. Overbuilt talking about milk, sugar, vanilla, and vodka. Amen. Oh, brother Abe is trying to is starting to wake up. He had me saying on my own.
You gonna go knock him out again?
He's trying to fight spiritually.
Hmm.
Anybody got any questions for the count tonight? Welcome, casual conversation with GNA. Yes, they are very real, Sashi. You see, as soon as you said that, my hellhound started barking. It's a skinwalker shapeshifter around. They know the count is here. How you doing, Sister Venersa Grierson? Hope you're
Welcome,
doing
Vanessa.
good tonight.
Welcome, Casual Conversations. How are y'all? Y'all got the count sitting right here and nobody has any questions? He flew all this way and boy are his arms tired.
Any questions for the count? You trying to maybe to do the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 so I can take off. Like that song goes, the final countdown. Dee-dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Makes me want to go fly back to Transylvania.
Our skinwalkers in the northeast or just the southwest? There are reports of dogmen in Michigan.
They're everywhere where they used to be on this land here in America and many other lands. Indigenous people everywhere. Witchcraft and necromancy has been taught to many cultures. That's why these skinwalker shapeshifters exist because of the witchcraft and necromancy.
Yeah, PG 63. They don't count on the count for nothing. Yes, he counted. Jaime wants you to make him a vampire. Poof, you're a vampire. Morgan
How was
says,
your
count
weekend?
all these years alive. What's your best advice?
Trust in yourself.
Has Count Sias turned anyone? No, he doesn't bite them to turn them. He just bites them to fill a glass. My poor cousin, he's almost completely drained. You lucky I can't get to you. I may not come at you spiritually, but I'll try to get you physically. Got my ninja weapons.
You're very welcome, Vanessa Grierson.
Wow, really, Vanessa? That's cool.
Yes, I have a I have a hellhound. The is that a document, sister? A casual conversation with GNA. Is a lycanthrope. Well, I can hypnotize them, and they follow my command. So
Definitely
yes,
lower the exuberance.
mind telepathy. I can make them do things. I can control them through mind telepathy. But it's very hard to control a werewolf or lycanthrope during a full moon. Just when they're strongest during a full moon, they become very hard-headed. So on the full moon, I don't try to mess with them. I let them do their thing, but I can control them any other day besides a full moon.
Lady in Red said, "What was your favorite time period, Count?"
The plague, the Black Plague time frame. So many people were running scared. They didn't even know what was happening to them. Many people dying.
Oh no! If I'm on fire, Lisa, come put me out. I don't want to burn to death.
He wants to be Igor. Hi, Melanie, you want to be my Igor?
He's got a hunch that you might make him an Igor. Hunch as a hunchback.
Every count has to have an Igor.
I will make a note of that, Lady in Red. Patrick Humphrey. I'm sorry. This is the only place where I can be found is on spiritual encrypted encounters.
Yes, now we see a lot of people talking about other podcasts, but I don't know who they are.
He called you master. Igor. I think it's very chocolatey, Sashi. Count, what do you think of the Count chocolate cereal?
Yes, very chocolatey. I like Frankenberry.
Ah,
And Frankenberry likes Count Chocula.
welcome, Lawrence Morgan. He says, hello, Count Sias.
How you doing, Lawrence?
Yes, V, I like blueberry also. The Count does not like chocolate.
Rather exuberance is exuberance is doing an excellent job tonight. The YouTube channel, many trolls there.
What is that, Cynthia? How long are you ABKE to live count? What's I'm drinking them and I think you're feeling them, Cynthia. Ya no le
My
den, ya
spirit,
no le vendan.
my spirit continues to live forever. If my body is gone, the spirit continues to live till I find another host, another vessel, then I can come back. You could say it's a form of reincarnation. But I've been here for a very long time. You're welcome, exuberance. For doing an awesome job, I might have to hook you up with some of my female vampire friends.
They can hardly wait to get the bite on you.
They can take you out for a drink. What happened to Roadrunner? I haven't seen Roadrunner here tonight.
He was in here
Is-
earlier. I don't know what
Or
happened to him.
Smurfy, Runner or Smurfy. Where's Benny Blanco or Benny Fradix? They're probably over there in the Paranormal Round Table. That's probably what they're at.
Who is your dentist?
Oh, I can do better than a flock of bats. I can turn into smoke, into mist. Just like I travel many ways.
So, what is the condition that you need to be able to take over someone's mind, Count? Don't tell me you do the Prince thing and just have them look in your eyes.
Nowadays, I don't have to look into anybody's eyes. There is so many lost sheep in society that they have so many spiritual openings that I don't have to do that. It's an automatic thing.
Okay, okay.
Spiritual openings. So many spiritual openings in society.
You have a good night, lady in red, and rest well. And
Good night, lady in red.
there you go.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Don't let Count Sias bite. uh, says
Very
she wants
little,
to.
very little. A little bit of garlic.
I can see this joke. Let me see, Jaime. That is sick,
Mm.
Jaime. That is sick, brother. You know there's ladies in the room, right? Cochino.
Yes, thank you for tuning in, Lady in Red. If you dream about the count, it's because they can come into your dreams too. Have a pleasant evening. Pleasant dreams.
Yeah, exuberance. Ham is trying to earn his red bat wings.
That's Igor for you. Igor is not all up there in the head. Igor Cochino. Igor will make a tea out of anything. Liz Delgado says she's not Virgin Mary. Oh no, not again. I don't know what is going on here.
Welcome,
Oh, we got the
Paranormal
crew
Roundtable.
Paranormal round table in here tonight. How are you? George Turner, Nellie Turner, and the Piotr crew. How's everybody doing tonight?
Hi, Waxel Bear. Welcome to the Count Sias show.
Yes, George Turner has uh many knowledge. He reminds me of Dr. Frankenstein. He's got a powerful mind. Frankie's creator. Yes, I think George Turner believes in the Nosferatu. He says that he knows people that they say they're Nosferatu. Those are people that deal with sorcery. But the Nosferatu is very real. Hello, Josh Costo. Hello, Watkins with Bear. Good evening. How are you tonight? I hope you are doing well. We've been going strong. We did a live in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube. And now we're here live on the Restream with cousin Jesus Carvajal here, Abe Say's cousin. How you doing, Josh
Hello,
Turner?
George Jr. How you doing?
Are you related to Ben Helsing? Hope everybody is doing great tonight. Enjoying the evening.
I was, but I'm almost empty.
Here's cheers to Spiritual Encrypted Cutters and to all the other channels that allow me or allow HCS to share the material. Cheers to Brother Jeff Turner on table.
Here, Welcome, mysterious nocturne.
That-
I shall return, said MacArthur to the Filipinos.
It is open mic night for whoever wants to jump on here with the count. The Count Sias open mic, as you can see up on top, is open mic night. Thank you, Tara baby. Donkey Sean. This is my regular clothes that I wear day and night. How come everybody think this is a costume? This is what I wear day and night. Thank you, Jaime. Thank you, my apprentice. I hope everybody is having a pleasant evening tonight. What do you want to talk about? Give me a topic. Somebody who wants to jump on here, go live with the count. Don't be shy. I don't bite. Jaime, do you want to jump on here? Jaime Alaniz.
I have returned.
Who wants to go one on one with the count? Don't be
Welcome, Ted
shy.
Baby.
Reptilians, vampires. The one that has a lot of knowledge of the Nosferatu is Josh Turner. Like I said, he's got the mind of Dr. Frankenstein. A lot of wisdom and knowledge. Water elementals. Do you have any stories that happened on Halloween? Yes,
Hello.
yes, I do.
I voy para afuera. You're back again.
Ooh, the comments are coming in pretty hot and heavy here in Spiritually Keep It in Cutters. So you want to talk about? Let me see the comments again. Reptilians. I'm reading the comments here. They're coming in fast. Yes, I do have a couple of Halloween stories for you. That things that happen during Halloween. I remember up in Okay. Let me place the link on here. There's a link. I'll send a link. There's a link, and let me see. Put the link for Mr. Turner. There we go. Yeah, I got some studies that brother ATS hasn't told you. I taste his life source, and I know things that he has forgotten. Okay, so I think cousin Jesse is having a break right now. Yes, it's open mic night. Yes, I have stories of Halloween things that happened in Halloween where there was this incident that happened in up in. Oh, we got somebody here. We got Costo. Good evening. How are you doing
Well,
tonight?
I'm pretty good tonight.
That is good.
Yeah, very good. I mean, called into work. Yeah, I took off. But what do you want to hear about? My family's story of the fire elemental, or I
You could
got
you could you could share whatever you
a
want to share.
I got a story from a friend a long time ago, which is pretty crazy. I've never shared that story, but either or, I could do both. I don't care.
Uh, any any dealings with well, you talking about elemental? Would it be considered like a succubus or incubus?
It's it's a
This element you speak of.
fire
Oh, yeah.
elemental.
Can you speak about it?
Yeah,
The floor is
no,
yours.
okay. Well, it's my aunt, my uncle, and my grandma. They've all told me this story, and trying to think when it was. It was probably in the mid '60s. But my aunt, she was young, and she saw more stuff than anybody else. But she'd wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and there would be a white lady coming down the hallway. Okay, typical lady in white, ghost. Yeah, that's that's a typical thing. But it would scare her so bad she would pee the bed. She'd just stay in bed. No, I ain't going out there. And my grandpa, yeah, I love him to death, but he was an alcoholic, and he oh wow, but he wasn't nice when she would get out of bed the next morning. Just say that. One night she overcame that fear and was like, "No, screw this. I'm not dealing with Dad in the morning." And she walked through that ghost and went to the bathroom. And she said it was like a deep freeze. It was so cold, pure to the bone, and she overcame all that. And that's that's one thing about this story that gets me is how she overcame her fears or whatever. But in my grandparents' bedroom, their closet, my aunt and my uncle saw like red demon eyes, is what they said, in that closet all the time. And my grandma told me, she said, "No, I never saw anything." But I never had a good feeling about that closet. And they went to they went to California one year to visit some family. I think they were in California for like a week, and they lived in Henrietta, Oklahoma at the time. And while they were out there, that house burnt down, and the firefighters, I I think my grandpa was the mayor at the time, but while they were in California visiting family, that house burnt down. And the firefighters told my grandpa that the fire started in that closet, which is, yeah, that house is completely gone now.
So you started in the closet, so you figured it was a like a say a fire elemental or something that caused the fire
Right.
because it started in
Yeah.
the closet.
Right.
What do you think about that, brother Josh?
I have a story very similar. My brother, I wish he was on. He could tell you. Text D and Scorpion. Tell him to come over to the chat because D had a situation. He was dating this girl, and she claimed. And by the way, Josh, how you doing, man? It was good
I'm
seeing you in our
good.
chat.
The two
And
Joshes on the show.
Jesse, good seeing you, and Abe,
Hi,
everybody.
boy,
Who do you
Joshes. How y'all doing?
two
The
Joshes on the
Joshes
show?
here. Happy Halloween to everybody. No, I just and cool costume there, Abe. But no, my brother had this girl that he was dating, and she was plagued by what she deemed a poltergeist. He really needs to. It was pretty in depth. There were a few things that happened, but the one most notable thing I remember, he was still in the army. I think he was up in Michigan or something. But it happened up in Michigan. But this girl, she had this poster that just lit on fire spontaneously and burned, and then it started a fire on her wall. And so my brother was like, "What the hell?" So it was a weird thing. And I
Wow.
just remember him telling me about that. Yeah, and these fire elementals. One of my best friends, Butch Hayes, this guy I've known for years. Oh, no, it wasn't Butch. It was my other friend. We called him Duke. And I remember his aunt. She lived in a duplex down the road from us in that haunted house we lived in down in South Austin. And my brother's writing a book. He's about a third of the way through. It's coming along. My vampire book's about almost close to the halfway point. But we had to put everything on hold because of all the stuff that we got going on with work, and then buying a house and trying to fix this ranch up. And so we got a lot of stuff we got to get out, a lot of information, a lot of stuff. But all these stories need to be told. And one of them was about this elemental. And the same thing happened like to my friend. We called him Duke. He died in prison. He was a friend of mine. And his aunt had something in her house. If she left a candle out, it would try to bend the flame toward the curtains. I personally did not witness this. I didn't see this. I can't, but multiple friends of mine that I was very close to, that I knew, like I trust these guys in my life still to this day, were over there at her house because she kind of had like a party pad. She was older than all of us, but she was like she would let us all party there. When I was like in my early 20s, she was like 30. So she was like partier, but still kind of responsible type person. But she would let everybody go over there and party. And she had all these older friends that my friends liked because they were pretty. And so anyways, they would hang out over there, and she proved it. She says, "Look, if I light a candle in this house, any kind of flame at all, this being, whatever it was, will try to use it to manipulate and burn this house down." And so in front of several of my friends, and then a few people that I didn't really know that well, I don't call them friends, but they were club goers. I used to run the block. She lit this candle, and hey, this is my brother. Hey, D. And the candle's flame went toward the curtain and tried to light it on fire. And there were several people. I think Starscream, I know you guys know him. He's been in and out of the chats, and he's been at the conferences and stuff. He was our security. Squid, I think, was another one that was there. I know my brother was there, and they witnessed this flame like try to light the house on fire. And like I said, I didn't personally see this, but several people that I was very close to told me what happened, and I believe them. I think it really happened because elementals are real. And I know that a lot of people in the Middle East, and I know, Abe, you were over in the Middle East, so you probably have heard these stories of the jinn. They're made of smokeless flame, and when you have a being that does these things, they manipulate elements. You know, um, I once saw a video not too long ago, and Josh, I don't know if you've seen this, or Abe or Jesse, but it was of a tsunami in Japan that happened several years ago, and the picture's been scrutinized over and over again.
Hmm.
And there was this being. I don't know, Anthony, if you've seen it. There's like this being that comes up out of the water, and it's kind of like it's like an amorphous shape, whatever. And it climbs up on the side of a roof and then goes up to the top of this building, and then eventually slips back down into the water. And it looks like it's made of water, but it's not. It's almost like a plasma type being. And see, somebody says plasma beings look like fire. But you see, yeah, somebody just said the plasma. And so it's a very interesting video. But if you look it up, just look up strange creatures, tsunami, Japan, YouTube. You can probably find it. But it's been scrutinized quite a bit, and it's never been debunked. And so to me, that's what I would look at as like a water elemental. And then these dervishes, they call them the Ifrit, they literally can make themselves out of sand. And it happens, I know in Iraq is definitely something that I've heard soldiers talk about, these dust devils that they just appear, And so I know that is what would be considered an air elemental. And I've heard of people being grabbed or knocked down by earth things moving like during earthquakes, things like that. I would consider that an earth elemental, something that uses certain elements. Um, Very ancient beings probably have been around for millions of years, cycles. I think that they are beyond a subnatured being. I think they are nature itself that has a consciousness. Subnatured beings being more like giants or dwarves, gnomes, things like that are sort of offshoots of these original creations because creation has life itself. So that's my take on that. I don't want to hog up the airtime, but that's what I believe and I've studied. So
Yeah, I captured something like a fire
Welcome, Mediterranean.
elemental in the sky. Just share the picture.
Oh wow.
wow, that is a weird thing, man. I was on the phone with a
Hmm.
guy yesterday talking about something that him and his family were camping in some state park. And it's not here; it's like in Pennsylvania, and they saw this creature. He kind of started to talk about it like it was a Mothman, but it had like tentacles and it was undulating in the sky. And so that would be like an air elemental, you know. But yeah, weird stuff.
Yeah, I run into the picture shadow elemental.
Yeah, Lawrence Morgan says I've heard of rocks swallowing people. Yep, very weird. We had a guy come on our show one time, and he talked about seeing a rock. I can't remember if it
This
was
one.
if he was on the show or we told his story, but I think he came on the show, and it turned into like this pig-like creature, and then the pig creature turned into like a human.
Hmm.
What is that, Abe?
They ambushed me this day. I got dropped to my knees and I went into prayer. I said, God help me. Shadow figure, or shadow elementals. There's a road. They ambushed me. I got dropped, trying to stay in character, but they grabbed me from the arms. I was down to a knee, and my head got pressed down to my chest. And I said, God
Where
help
was this
me.
at?
Wow.
In Elms Grove, in the not in Elms Grove, but on the outskirts of Elms Grove,
Mm.
by the embark and the airport. I was doing my early morning walk when it happened. I was being held by both of my arms by something that was they were pressing on my shoulders. I dropped to my knee and I felt something pressing me down, like I was getting crushed by a lot of weight. And I said, "God help me." When I said, "God help me," all the heaviness left, but it drained a lot of my energy. I've seen them. I've seen these elementals that you speak of, but I think those came from the sky. So those are because if you look at them, it looks like a whirlwind. There
Hmm.
were a bunch of them in the sky. There was some in front of me. I'm more sure some above me and behind me. I just didn't wasn't able to capture the ones behind me or above me. But they're there. You know, they're trying to take me out. But thank God that he helped me. He bailed me out of that one. They came in numbers. Yeah, I have all these pictures, and people tell me, "How come you still got these pictures?" I said, "Well, sometimes you gotta keep pictures of what you go through in life, so you can remember uh, how you overcame it. You know, that's why I keep it." Yeah, but one of those fire elementals, my chimney was on. my nephew smelled smoke, so we went to go check it out. It was just weird. My nephew's son was sleeping on the couch. There was a fire that was like 6 to 7 foot tall on the couch, going up like it was dancing. So I went there and I shut it off. I don't know even how it started. The only thing I could think is that a spark jumped from the chimney all the way to the couch, but it was a good distance. But this elemental, what you want to, it was real tall and it was dancing like it was moving, but he hadn't wasn't able to spread the fire. I went there with a blanket, boom, 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 boom. I got rid of it. Yeah, I believe that elemental, the fire elemental, caused an accident on some people because their lines were out of butane. That they had no electricity. Everything was out of butane. So the line exploded. The whole house exploded and caved in on the family, and they all died.
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't know what you're talking about. I've caught them on camera where they passed right in front of me. The dirt devils out there in the desert when they were out there. You see the gin, the gin out there or the gin. They like going to where we will burn trash. So at nighttime when with your night vision, you can see there's still a heat source, but then you can see this tall shadow figures around the fire where they're there draining the energy of the fire. You know, this degen, and there's a lot of soldiers that are coming back from over there with the degen attached to them. A lot of them break up. There's divorces, there's violence, and some of the soldiers they take their lives
Mm.
through suicide. They're never the same. But you seen all these people like this.
Everybody thinks it's superstition. That's the problem, is that they've lost touch with what's real, and they think that what's real is this everyday mundane life, and but all these things are just hocus pocus, and that's the problem because they absolutely 100% exist, and they don't want to have to acknowledge it.
Yeah,
Yeah, Diablo, he does
I,
look like King Diamond.
King Diamond
I,
kind of
I
does.
do have an image of something. The only reason I went back to it is because on the video I heard something say,
Welcome, Benny Felix.
take this off. I heard someone say marranito. Marranito stands for little pig.
Mhm.
So whatever it was had to be tall, right? So I went back on the video, and the only thing I could get because the sun was going down was an image of something that was standing over the trees looking down at me. And the only thing I just got an image, like a blur image because the sun was already going down, but you could see something open his jaw and close his mouth. I think it created a short reel of it where you could see teeth, but like it's kind of grainy, but it was huge. It had to be, man, like 10, 11, 12 foot tall, whatever it was. But it said marranito in Spanish to me. So whatever that is has the capability to manifest and even speak your language. That it was calling me a marranito, little pig. Guess like a meal or something. When you hear about the big back wolf, I'll see how I can look up that image that I got. But like I said, it looks grainy. Uh, that's when I used to live in Elms Grove. A lot of crazy things happen there, man. That I'm affected for the rest of my life. Even though I've been through a lot of things in life, Uh, I experienced a lot of things, so it's kind of like I try to stay away. There's times I'm not gonna lie where I could be here in my house and I feel something that wants to lure me to go investigate in the woods. As I was gonna go and investigate, then the higher power told me don't go. So I came home, so I follow my spiritual instincts. So, sometimes these things will try to draw you, right? If you're in the area, you've been in the area, if they attach to you, they can try to draw you to go to those areas, you know, like you have like it's kind of like a spiritual attachment, or yeah, it's spiritual attachment, I would say. It's kind of like a lot of my family members from Owensboro, when they lived in Owensboro with me, till this day, they have dreams of that area. Like they're still living in that house when the house doesn't even exist anymore. But it happens when you go through something traumatic. You experience something in that nature that it affects you for the rest of your life. You're never the same. Um,
So one of the things I talked about on the show earlier, this is 34 years since what I saw, which kind of jump started me and got me on this road, on this path, seeing the dog man, or whatever you want to call it, a werewolf. I don't think it was I don't call it a dog man. I think that's what it was. But every Halloween, I think the same. I think about it. I think the same thing. It's something that never goes away. Stays with you for the rest of your life.
Yes, it does.
I don't know. It's just something about when you go through something. It's like then he's trying to draw you back. I mean, shoot, I had experiences from my home when I was a kid, and sometimes I dream I'm still at my house, that I'm still trapped there in that house. When I was growing up, because there was a lot of crazy spiritual activity happening. Dealing with the balance. When I talk about
Yeah.
the lechuzas that will go to that house, the brujas, and they'd be on
I,
the trees and making all kinds of noises and pounding on the walls, running on top of the roof. Our house was
I
on
don't know.
pillars,
I don't ever
pounding
want
our
to go back to that house, man. Never want to go back to that house. That house was, oh Lord, there was always something
yeah.
going on in them.
So that house doesn't belong to us anymore. That house, my dad is like in a nursing home or whatever, so he signed over the deed to the location where he's at. So, I'm glad, it's not in our with us, because the last time I went there was hot activity still there. I'm surprised he was even living in there. As hot of an activity is there. It's just something about that town that once you go in there, it just, man, you feel it. You feel you ain't right. Negativity is just around you. You know,
Hmm.
so I really don't go visit the Rio Grande Valley too much.
It's like a time warp. Everything slows down.
Negativity is a cancer, dude. It eats, it feeds, and if
Yeah.
if you give it any kind of credence, it just keeps coming. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ooh, drank all that and still thirsty. What the hell?
Can't get it open, man.
It's just and when you go to a location, and I can spiritually see and sense sometimes it's things that are out there trying to get me to go back out there, and it's like, no, I'm staying out of there, because it could be a spiritual ambush, so I stay home. And, of course, we're spiritual warriors and we're able to fight through Jesus Christ, but I'm not going to push it and put myself in a situation where I'm going to get ambushed by a lot of things. The count is getting old, so My vampire teeth are not real vampire teeth. They're dentures. Good evening, G.
Well, maybe I could borrow them. I sure as hell need them. I ain't got no teeth.
Lawrence Morgan says here in the Bridgewater Triangle. So you live up there, Lawrence? I didn't know that.
The Bridgewater Triangle. Yeah, I'm gonna take out those fangs, man. I'm feeling the inside of my mouth kind of rough right now.
Somebody just made a comment that said most of the things we encounter are older than us, obviously, but there are layers upon layers of energies and beings piled in places. Look at area ley lines, aquifer, mineral, etc. That is a very good point. And if
Yeah.
you read some of these books, like the Kabbalah, like it says in there and I'm not a big follower of that because it's a book of mysticism, and it's a book of Jewish mysticism. But what it says about the demons that we encounter, that they're fragmented beings, and that they came from a different universe, and that they were compressed together. So sometimes people will talk about seeing the head of a donkey or an ass, as they call it, and it'll have the legs of like a jackal or something. Because these beings were compressed together. I think that's what happens to a lot of this energy too. From the last cycle of yugas, there's something left from that, and from the cycle before, and so you have these beings that get compressed together. The energies get compressed together, and it's like something, and the physical mimics that. So it's something that we get, we don't understand, but that there were beings that were living physical beings at one time, and then they were layered upon top of each other and actually became like different entities with like the one mind, like a hive mind, but it's all these beings that were pushed together, especially after the flood, because water is very potent. That's why water elementals are one of the strongest because it's so potent.
Water's water's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, water elementals are probably the most stupid.
Stupid.
I got the
Well,
picture of the thing.
not
The
not
Tommy
stupid, but
Moronito, man.
like powerful.
Yeah, they're powerful for sure.
Stupid powerful.
Yeah.
Here it is. I got it right here. I'll show it to you real quick. I don't know which one you can see better, but
Mm.
Looks like it has a big nose. Is that Roofer guy?
it's got a big mouth, man. Look, those are the teeth.
That's
Wow.
weird.
Those are the teeth right there in the. That's the image that I got from. Let me give you a lighter image of it.
And P. Gene is talking about a kappa. Like, we did a story about a kappa. And I got another one recently that me and Tony went over. Kappas are these water spirits. They look like a turtle, like a turtle person or something. And there was this weird. I was going to tell that story on the show on last Sunday of this weird, like, sort of reptilian water. It's kind of like a kappa, but not from Japan. It was just,
There's no moose in Central Texas, man. I haven't seen no moose in Central Texas.
no.
Somebody said that's a moose. No,
No, Smurfy, it's not a movie. The only
some
thing,
people say, "Oh, that's a picture of a bear." I said, "Nope." There's, I mean,
close to
there's in certain parts of Central Texas, but I haven't seen a bear in Central Texas. The only bear I've seen in Central Texas is at the Topsy Ranch
The
and
only thing that
at the
looks
zoo in Waco.
as big as a moose that I've seen came from South Texas, and it was a nail guy.
Yeah, no guy. Oh, let me get y'all back to size, guys. Sorry about that. There we
Lawrence
go.
says yokai. That's interesting, the yokai, because there's a name for that in Chinese too. And the Chinese translation of yokai is like I can't remember how they say it. It's like yugai or yuga. It's just like a G in there or something. It's a transliteration, but I mean it's the same thing because the Japanese actually came from the Fujian province predominantly, and they ended up um, in Japan. Yeah, it says yokai is a general term. Kappa is a type of yokai. Yeah, that's important that you said that, Smurfy, because the yokai, actually, the name yokai is like a catch-all. It's like the Arabs using the term jinn. Um,
Right.
so it's like a catch-all. It's like spirits, demons, monsters. They all run together. It's really weird because like they all just them and the Arabs, they all believe that these things are all the same. Not the same. They each have their own little whatever, but they are all the same, as in a physical monster is the same as a spiritual demon because they have the ability to move in and out of like our reality. What's interesting though is that so many people, and this is predominantly in the West, they just don't they're like Bigfoot is Bigfoot, Dog Man is Dog Man, and demons are demons, and those people,
Yeah.
which they tend to be not the brightest
No.
people, um, they just don't. I'm not talking about them being country people. I'm from the country. What I'm talking about is that they don't look at it as, I don't know how you say it, like they don't look at it correctly. Like these beings are, yes, they're all different, but they all come from the same cloth. They're cut from the same cloth. And so the yokai, an oni, is an ogre type demon from Japan. Um, the kappa is a demon type creature from Japan. There it is. Yeah, Smurfy just said it. Yao guy. Yeah, which is yokai, just like the word chi in China, Chinese, it's considered like your life force. In
Hmm.
Japanese, it's pronounced ki. And so yeah, overbuilt
Yeah.
automotive. Cool. I am black, guys. All right. I'm back. It's like okay. Well, you're black. You're back. Whatever. Either way, you're okay in my book. So Annette Perzina says they made yokai video game, all kinds of different spirits. Yeah,
Oh
which
yeah.
is true that there are all these different types of things, and they each
Hmm.
have their own function and their own principality, and they hang out in different areas. Now, the difference, though, a lot of these things, and people don't realize this, is that you're dealing with the archons, which are top of the food chain. For example, um, Jesus tells James, and I believe it's in one of the apocryphals. It might be, I'm pretty sure, unless it's a Mandela effect, it's not in the 27 Gospels. But he talks it up. He says you must flee Jerusalem, for it is full of archons, and the translation literally means like these devastatingly strong, powerful creatures, beings, whatever. James being Jesus's brother. Let me see if I can find it. And we could talk about that and explain what that is as opposed to a regular demon. Yes, it is the Apocalypse of James. Okay. I should have been able to remember that. According to the first apocalypse of James, Jesus told James that the powers and hosts of the archons were armed against Jesus, not James. And Jesus explained that the nature of the archons and the 72 heavens, who are their subordinates. He tells James to flee. You must leave Jerusalem because it is a dwelling place of a great number of archons, and his redemption will be preserved from them. Jesus then explains the nature of the archons and the 72 heavens, which are their subordinates. Okay, so the term of the heavens, that's an air elemental, right? But I don't believe this is the thing. This is the weird thing. And I've studied this too in the Hebraic tradition, and I've studied it in the Arabic tradition. It's like which came first, the chicken or the egg. You have the archonic creatures, but then you have the elementals. I believe the elementals are a life force that has taken on a subordinate role to a different master. Okay, for example, if they're evil, they've chosen the shaitan. If they're good, they've chosen, God. And so what they do is they are literally life and breath and spark of God that was created by him when the entire universe was created. And, God can lift up anything through rocks, dirt, air, fire, water. And so these things have a living presence. And when you talk about these creatures, especially with the archons, you have this taking off, Jess. All right, man. Good night, man. Um, you have this weird, argument with people like what they are, who they are. Yes, Murphy says archons equal principalities, old gods. Yes, little g gods, but they set themselves up as gods, and and they're very, very powerful. Now, in my summation, I think that those archons that Jesus is referring to feed off of the elemental power, which was given to them by God, the Creator, ultimately, and they use it and they manipulate it. Okay, giving it more of a life force than it already has, and creating a consciousness that was not a will of their own. Okay, but they manipulate that, and then that's where you get the confusion. People are like, well, what is an elemental as opposed to a demon? A demon is something that was probably the offspring of, probably, I say probably because not always, of an angelic union with humans, and it didn't go well. Okay, and so you have that, but then you have the archonic beings that Jesus warns his brother James about. He says, you must flee Jerusalem, for it's full of them. So Jerusalem is a place that needs to be cleansed, because now, if that is the holy city, and it is considered to be the holy city and the capital of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and they all fight each other for centuries. Watch the movie Kingdom of Heaven, right? And I'm going to wrap it up so people understand what I'm saying. The whole purpose of this warfare that was perpetual is to create a schism between humans that they could exploit, the archons could exploit, right? Which is another reason why I don't believe the Abrahamic faiths are correct. I don't believe that any of these faiths are 100%. I think they're correct, but they're half correct. And I think that's why Jesus says, look, he tells us, about being religious, the dangers of being religious as opposed to being spiritually, being spiritually inept and religion go hand in hand. But being spiritually adept and saying, hey, my people die for lack of knowledge. They need to know the truth. They need to know what there is, what is out there. And when you go swimming in the ocean or the water, whatever, these beings, I believe, and this sounds crazy, but it's the truth. I think they can possess a shark to attack you. I think they could possess a lion to attack you. Earth elementals can do a lot of things, and so can water elementals. And it depends on who their alignment is, what their alignment is. And they can switch polarities very easily, just as we can as humans. You can ascend to a very high place, and then you can switch the polarity from being a bad guy to being a good guy. Now, it's much rarer, much harder for a bad guy to switch and becoming a good guy. Usually it's the other way around. A good guy gets corrupted very easily because the road to hell is wide, the road to heaven is narrow, and so it's somebody that's getting corrupted by typically the sins of the flesh. We are of the flesh, and so these archons are able to exploit that. And there's a difference between all of these beings, but you have to know that what they are, what you're dealing with, because some of these beings have absolute free will, and they do not adhere to any of this. I mean, you could scream all day long, that I'm a Christian and I'm this and that, and they're not going to respond to that at all. Unless you're Jesus, you're himself. They're not going to answer to you, and because they don't have to. They have free will until the return, until Christ's return. And the archons are that group. Two different things. Now, the fallen, two different things. The rebellious and the fallen. The rebellious predates the fallen. The rebellious angels were kicked out of heaven and they ended up here on earth. They are not subject to the will of anything unless God so chooses to do that. So you have them. They're roaming around the earth, and that is basically what an archon is a rebellious angel. The fallen would be in the same category as these arch devils, but they're not because they were punished and immediately imprisoned. So you're not dealing with them. Now there are people who claim that they've interacted with them and had their thoughts and things like that, but they were put away like the Titans. But you have these beings that were there before the time before time, and that goes back many yugas, and so that is who these beings are. That's what they are. And the offspring is not their offspring. They have offspring too. And I think that they used elementals to create offspring, if that makes sense, which they created the vampire. I'm talking about the archons, not the fallen. That's my opinion. That's what I've studied. That's what I think is going on. The vampire is like in what Ornius was, with Solomon. And I believe that there was a race of beings that were very, very manipulative. It came from an alternate reality in another dimension from an alternate reality, which is even more deep. And they came here and they infected a lot of things and they created a lot of problems, just as the spider did. The spider is not a natural being. It's not from here. Okay. It's something that came from somewhere else and ended up here. And this is kind of like the Wild West where we're at, this whole area. But you have all these different things going on, and Jesus warns us not to deal with these these archons are very powerful. They're very dangerous, and people like to go around and fight with demons and things like that. That's fine, but you're fighting with their descendants. You're fighting with their fourth, fifth, sixth generation or whatever that's watered down and mixed with humanity. The
Yeah.
archons were never humans. They never have been. And they were created as angelic beings, and they are extremely powerful. And they're not imprisoned. People think that they're in jail or whatever. That's no. You're talking about the fallen. Those were angels that were set up by God to do what they were supposed to do, and they didn't do it. And they were given free will. So you have this big war that was in heaven. That's where the archons came, and Jesus says, "I saw Satan kicked from heaven, and he fell like lightning." We know that that's Lucifer because Michael kicked him out of heaven. He kicked him out of heaven, and he flew to earth. So it kind of corroborates what Michael did. Jesus says, "I saw it happen." So that's how we know that that is a Shaitan and one of the most powerful. But he's not the only one. There's a lot more to it, and there is a long running list of books that you could be reading that if you're not careful, you'll get down the rabbit hole so far you can't dig your way back out. And it's hard to explain, but you have these different factions, and they're not on the same team. But much like humans, they interbreed. So look at it like this. You have a country like Belgium. They speak two languages predominantly. There is no Belgian language. They speak French and they speak German. You know why? because Germany is on one side and France is on the other, and they also some of them speak Dutch, and then Dutch are right there too. So they're one of those in between countries. Austria, for example, they're a mixture of Northern Italian and Southern German. They don't. There's no Austrian language. There is an Austrian Germanic dialect, but there's not a real language that's specifically for them. They're those in between countries, and just as there are these in between countries, there are these in between beings. That's where you get like the elementals and the subnatured beings. But I think elementals came from something that was laid down by God, and they have a consciousness that maybe evolved or became, or something gave them a consciousness, because people don't realize how powerful we are. That's the big mystery to me, is how people themselves don't realize how powerful we are, and that we actually have the ability to create, and we can create tulpas, egregores, all these things. You don't need to to have a go and read magic books and all that. You can do it yourself if you're adept enough at it. But I wouldn't suggest doing it. I would say, hey, you probably shouldn't do these things, right?
Yep.
And the information that's laid down for people to look at, you have to be real careful and suspect of where it comes from, because the archons, the demons, all of these different beings, they all have their own agendas. And I believe that each set of yugas, is probably spinning off its own bad guys, just as they're making their own good guys. And so you have things that come from animals, you have things that come from plants, and then you, like I said, you have these subnatured beings which are part of nature, but they are, let's put it this way, gnomes. Just take them for example. They adhere to plants and the earth. That's their elemental. They are part elemental, and then they're part, basically demon. And so you have like an offshoot of something that was a demonic being that created something with its own will and brought into being something from the earth, because the earth has its own consciousness. And then you have these other beings like the air, like there's the sylph and all these different ones. They do all these different things. They adhere to the water. There are some that adhere to, and of course, Leviathan is their main, whatever. He's their main totem for their elemental, which is Leviathan is water. And you have the fire, which the best example of fire being in a, what do you call it? The Vikings, Surtur. So you would have, by Josh, you would have Surtur would be like the best example of like a fire elemental, who's an all powerful being who rules the underworld. And of course, during Ragnarok, he comes forth and he smotes the earth with fire, because the water elemental, Jormungandr, which is basically Leviathan, the world serpent, he comes from the water, and Thor kills him, but not before he's bitten and he dies. So those elemental beings come up over and over again. The behemoth is talked about in the Bible. That is the totem of the power of the earth. Leviathan is the power of water, right? And then you have, I guess, the best example would be like, like I said, Surtur coming from, and so you have all of these different beings. Now, we're told that Lucifer was the prince of the power of the air. Like he would be the air elemental. So he has that power, but he's also angelic. And so you have to be very careful with these beings and what they are and who they are. And you need to know who they are. That's why whenever these Satanists, when they pray north, east, south, and west, they call upon Leviathan, they call upon Satan, which is a title, and then they call upon Lucifer, and they do this, whatever, the four, whatever it's called, the four directions. And you'll get people that are like doing the same thing as shamans. They'll be like, well, I call upon, what's it called? Sophia. They'll call upon Michael. They'll call upon all these different beings. And you're kind of going like, what is this? You really shouldn't be calling upon any of that because you don't know what you're getting. And that's the situation. So sorry for going on a long-winded, but I'm just trying to.
Yeah, it's just like that serpent, or the dragon that said that existed a long time ago, that it was real huge, and I know it was going against, trying to go against the Heavenly Father,
Mhm.
but it finally got destroyed, and but there's remains of it, I guess, that it became like petrified, but that they cut the head or whatever of this dragon, but it was during the times of what you're talking about, the spiritual battles between the, I guess, Greek mythology, the Titans, and then there was a spiritual war, this war happening,
Mhm.
but this giant dragon, they said that dragon supposed to rise again,
Yeah,
and it was
and that's the
real big.
years. It's loose for a season, which is Lucifer. Now
Yeah,
Smurfy says Lucifer is not a fallen angel, but a Nephilim. That's a debate. I think he's an archon. I believe he's a fallen angel. I don't believe, but the fallen angels are different than the rebellious angels. I believe he was a rebellious angel. He led a rebellion against God, against the Most High. Now, there's some debate whether or not he was fighting against the one true God that Jesus refers to, or if he was fighting against the demiurge. Now, it gets real convoluted when you get into, the whole, yeah, little g God and the big G God. And so it really gets weird. And the Cathars, if you look up the Cathars, they were like the resurgence until they were completely wiped out by the church. And they were hunted down to a man because they did not want their beliefs. The Martians, MARC, yeah, that was the Martians. They didn't want them to be able to spread Gnosticism in another wave because Gnosticism keeps coming back up. Well, that's because there's truth in there. And whenever you go and you find, yeah, Lucifer to me is Satan. Yeah, I do believe that. I believe that he was, the title, and that's what he was. But a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand how that works, and they start getting off onto this other whatever. And then they're like, "Oh, well, Lucifer is Jesus' brother." Blah blah blah. Well, we're all brothers and sisters because we were all created by God. But that doesn't mean that your brother is a good guy. You know, you could be brothers and be absolute enemies. There it
yeah,
is. D just said that. What did he say? In Satanism, Belial is the north of or air. Satan is the south or fire. And Lucifer is the east or air. And Leviathan is water and the west. Yeah. Yeah. And the behemoth can also be, I think Belial can also be behemoth. It's interchangeable, like it's the earth elemental. So yeah, and then it's interesting because you have these other demons like Beelzebub. When he was called before Solomon, he was told that, hey, bring all of your offspring, your kin, and bring them to me. And he told Solomon, he's like, I can't control my son. He haunts the Black Sea, and I can't have no power over him. But I can bring you my other offspring. Like, who the hell was his offspring? Well, some people believe it was Belial. That was him, and he was of the water. But that's not correct because that would be Leviathan. But just because he haunts the Black Sea doesn't mean he's on the water. He could be in the air. I mean, it gets really convoluted, but there's so many of them, and there's so many,
yeah.
and you just can't. There's no way. Hey, Breezy, how you doing?
1/3, man, of a lot of things.
Yeah.
I think the elementals were created by the Heavenly Father when he was trying to create the perfect image of him. So he created these elementals. Some were made out of fire, water. He created some that were made out of mud, some created out of wood. Like different things that he created, but he didn't see it fit. But those still remain here on Earth. Then he created us. So they were before us. This elementals that you're speaking of, and I mean, they're still here. He created them, so they're still amongst us, I believe.
And the thing is, too, like God created things that created other things.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's the thing people don't understand. Like there were all these beings that were begatting things, and they were creating things that they shouldn't have been, and that's where the Nephilim come in. But it
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
even more convoluted than that because the Nephilim created things, and then like for example, I believe like Dogman. That's a Nephilim. That's not a Nephilim per se. That's the Nephilim's creation. And cloning. I mean, like we can clone ourselves. We can make beings. Not just like a homunculus, but like you can create beings, with your own mind. I mean, Smurfy is correct.
What he said. Let's see.
Unless God makes more, the number of angels doesn't change. However, the number of demons increase because Nephilim reproduce. They do. The Jinn, for example, they're a type of demon to me. They have the ability to reproduce and they create schools and towns and whatever. I mean, it's unbelievable. What is it?
Light can reproduce, but it reproduces purely.
Mm-hmm.
Purity. Darkness can reproduce, but it's convoluted and distorted. That's why evil gets eviler. That's why you see the world going as dark as it is because evil gets worse because it's being created by darkness.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That's a lot to take in. You want to type that? You want to type that on? My wife's over here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
How you
told her
doing,
she
Sister Nelly? I had to take off the teeth, man. I was filling it up in here. Uh, trying to stay in character, but I had done it earlier. I did a show on YouTube just for the algorithm, and man, I'm feeling it right now in my mouth.
Yeah, and James Jaime, all in there. I think that's what
I'm
you say. Says
I'm
Beelzebub.
Elenice.
The what?
Yeah, Elenice.
Alanis. I can't even see my eyes. Says Beelzebub is a king of his demons under his authority, a chieftain. He is not Satan next to Satan the prince. Yeah, here's the thing. He's a shaitan for sure. But there's so many of these warlord chieftain type beings. It's impossible to keep up with them. But you got to know because they do so many different things. And knowing your enemy is very important. People say, well, what does it matter with it? It does matter because you don't know what you're dealing with. And they use that to hide.
Steven Gouldy.
Hmm. Yeah.
Good evening, Joe Breezy. See the comment here? Yeah, I have to take a break with that. Darker
You want a link?
darkness.
No, you can just put the mic on if you want.
The mic?
Or no.
I don't know, Anthony. Can we split the mics?
Thank you for jumping on, brother Josh, and also to the other Josh that was here, Josh Costo. Thank you
Mm-hmm.
for sharing the story. I believe that it had to do with that, like fire elemental, like you spoke of. Because I witnessed those kind of things. There's things within fires that when you see a house burning or something that it caught on fire, you'll be able to see the force.
Is it on?
You'll see an image of something, that's controlling that fire. Just like smoke, sometimes you'll be able to see an image of the smoke. You know how sometimes there's images on clouds.
So Nellie's on.
Can you hear me?
She don't want to show her face, even though she's
Yes.
very beautiful. She's better looking than me, but she's like, I don't want people to see me.
No, that's not true. I don't got those fantastic eyebrows.
Oh, you mean the evil satanic eyebrows of mine?
I don't know. Can people hear
He's
me?
got satanic eyebrows. One of the dumbest statements ever.
We hear you.
See if you hit try talking. Can y'all hear Nelly?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if they can hear you. You want to take over for a minute?
What do you want me to talk about?
Talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's Abe's show, though. I mean, he can kind of talk about whatever he wants to talk about.
Yeah, you can speak of whatever you want to speak about.
Can you turn that louder so I can hear him?
Turn it louder.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Let me see what I got here.
Well, it looks like it's all the way up.
That's the thing. I have a lot to say, and then you put a mic in my face, and I got nothing to say.
You better
How
come up with
about right there? Can you hear that?
I can hear you.
I raised up the volume.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was telling Wolf when you were about the replicating darkness and the light. The light can replicate, be created. Sorry, Anthony. It can be reproduced, but not like how that word is taken. But darkness can reproduce and replicate itself. But if you notice how evil the world is getting, it's getting worse and worse. That's because the darkness, when it replicates itself, it is worse because it's being reproduced by evil itself. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's a lot as it goes.
That's fine. I think I can hear him pretty good.
From the screen.
Yes.
Yeah,
Um,
I got it.
I'll put it through the headphones if you want to wear those.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, are these the ones or
Yeah.
are these go over to this one, huh?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
So I'll change to the headphones.
Okay, let me put these on the right one. I'll be able to hear. Oh, I can hear myself.
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you fine, Sister Nelly.
Yes, I can hear you better now. You sounded like someone had closed the coffin lid on you. I could barely hear you.
Oh wow.
I like your outfit.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
No. Areas. Certain things can happen in areas where. I mean, we can speak about the natives. The things that they did when they didn't want to die in the hands of the enemy. That the head of the household will grab the family and slit their wrist and kill himself. That the whole family they'll hold their hands, form a circle, and they say that when the spilled blood, when the sun would rise, that the one would rise, which was like a demigod. In which it had the capabilities to manifest into any of the elements within Mother Nature. Because it was kind of like a blood sacrifice slash um them doing that is kind of like calling for it to avenge their death or the land, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's possible that certain areas it might look beautiful, like just like Elm's Grove. I thought it was a beautiful place to be, but I found out otherwise. That too much activity there. That the land itself was being controlled by negative energy. You know, I could pray to protect myself or fight spiritually, but the land itself, is the land itself was being governed by a different element, a different force, a force that can mimic voices, a force that could manifest to look like you or me, mimic your voice. Yeah, pure evil.
I have a hypothesis on that, or with places that are have higher activity. Have like everything has an element on a quantum
Yes,
level. It everything can absorb something, energy from whatever is in the ground or whoever goes there, or and it's combined through the rocks, the air, the area just itself, and everything that's in it. And then when you yourself go to these places, you're it. it decodes your energy, and that's why it's able to mimic you, mimic your voice, and anything that you've ever heard, anything that you've ever seen. It has a way of getting into you and breaking that down, reading those codes in you, and then it can show you, or it can talk to you with your voice, or a loved one passed on or not. But that's just something that I think. I could very well be wrong. It's not something I believe. It's just a thought.
Oh, that's what they do. They know what's in your mind. Like tell people that believe in like Bigfoot cryptids. Bigfoot, Goatman. That those things that are out there, there's just forces. They know what's in your mind, so they can manifest to they know the spirit, so they can use that against you. They know if you're mourning, that you're missing somebody that might have passed away, and they're able to manifest and mimic that. But
Yes.
spiritually, you're able to know that it's not your loved ones, that it's something else behind it, because you're going to be able to see through it. But yeah, they're very how should I say, conniving. That they do that to mock you.
Hmm.
The things that they do there is they want to mock you to see if you're gonna get pissed off at them or cuss at them. You do that,
Anything.
you're you're leaving a spiritual opening. So that's why you have to go into prayer and
Yes.
fight them through
It's
through
anything
that
to
Jesus Christ.
bring that negativity out of you. Because as long as
Yes,
you have negativity emanating from you, off of you, you're putting that into the air, what have you. You're putting that out there. Uh, like it says, we are in a spiritual war. We don't battle against the flesh and blood, and they're absolutely right. Because the more people are negative, or they have they put that out there, that helps fight against the positive that's in the world, and that's how that's going to win, as long as it keeps people down. And then that's why all of this stuff is being done. It's to break the morale, it's to bring people down. They're suffering, they can't afford food, they can't afford gas, their work, and they keep people working these jobs to keep them miserable. Say, like doctors, when they go in to become a doctor, they're schooling, they're gung-ho, they got their heart in the right place, and that's what they want to do, but they keep them working so long hours, and nurses and stuff, just an example, that it breaks them down, and then they just look at it as a job. They just look at it as, now it's just for
They're beat
money. And
down.
yeah, and then that negativity towards all of that is becomes part of it, and then their morale is broken, and it just becomes nothing. It's worthless. There's no heart and soul in it anymore. I hope I'm making sense.
yes, yeah. Uh, yeah. It tries to. It's kind of like just try to keep you so busy, keep your spirit busy, your mind busy, keep your whole body busy, like trying to throw you off, that you're trying to find out answers as a person, like what the hell's going on. Then you pray to God, and certain things still continue to happen, and you're like, whoa, what are things. So it's kind of like they're just like a spiritual ambush, and they keep on coming at you. If you're the primary target or whatever, they just keep on coming at you. So sometimes we have openings that we even know we have. When I got rid of the things that was happening to me is when I found out that I had unforgiveness. There was a person that I had vengeance for when I was in fifth grade. Who's going to remember? Who's going to remember somebody that came at you in a negative way in fifth grade? A man trying to come at you with a machete. I've forgotten about that. The only reason I knew about that man is when the thing was flying up in the air and he was laughing. I recognized the laugh. So I called my aunt in the valley and I asked her, "Is this man still alive?" And she's like, "No, he died 5 years ago." you know. So
Mm.
I forgave that man. When I forgave that man, then a lot of things that were happening kind of stopped. That's the spiritual opening I had was forgiveness. And it's hard to forgive people, especially if they keep on coming at you on a daily basis. But
It
we
is.
have to forgive just
And
to protect ourselves.
and that's part of the spiritual war. I mean, that's another
Yes.
thing. It's when the negativity overrides the positive in us, and we go with that. It's a lot easier to do that than it is to forgive, because you can feel it. You can feel that difference. But
Oh yeah.
if you are able to override that, you feel so much better. It's like passing up the greasy cheeseburger for an actual healthy meal. After you're done eating, you feel better after you've eaten the healthy meal. It wasn't as enjoyable at the time, but you feel better. But then I'm
Yes.
sorry, huh, baby?
Oh no, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
It's okay. Oh, and just and you feel bad after you've eaten the juicy hamburger, and that's just like with forgiveness. I mean, you'll feel better afterwards. It won't feel good during the process, but trust
I
me.
don't know what any of that feels like. I've been so holy for so long. I was talking to Joe about this the other day, and Joe was like, "Dude, you're the holiest guy
Hey, crazy.
ever." And I was like, you're right. I don't need to ask I don't need anything. You know,
You're the Swiss
I'm just saying.
cheese of you're the Swiss cheese of it all. The holiest
Yeah,
of the holiest.
the holiest of the holy. I don't need anything. And I told Abe that too the other day. I was like, Abe is like, you've reached everything. You've done everything you need. And with these two men, the scholars that they are, they've taught me that I am now, I have transcended.
I thought you taught the scholars.
Ah, ah, ah.
You need to ask for forgiveness. I've never done those kinds of things, so why would I need that?
Don't do those. No need for it.
I used to have a friend that would talk about how he talked to Jesus and he was his brother, and I was like, and he would be smoking shatter like while he was doing it.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
would. He'd be sitting there like smoking, be like, "Yeah, Jesus is like my brother. God's my dad," and I'm just like, "Yeah, probably wouldn't be smoking that if he was."
Yeah, I don't see Christ smoking
Yeah,
sheesh, you know.
pretty
Got no use for it.
bad. But some people are like that though. They're just like you try talking to them and they're like, "I'm so pious and holy. I
I
don't
would
know.
never do
I know
that.
nothing of what you speak of. I need to ask for forgiveness for nothing."
The I would never do that, people.
Yeah, that's we know those kind of people. I have one of my sisters is like that. One of yours is too. They're just like, what would I need to ask for forgiveness? They think about it. They're like, I've never done anything. Like, okay, yeah, whatever.
sometimes they forget other things. Like I said, they might like me. It's like, man, I pray. In true faith, and these things were still happening to me until I figured it out. It's when I followed the dark shadow figure and when it flying up the tree, and it was laughing. I recognized the laugh. I recognized the laugh of that man was an ex-police officer that was he was sick and went to cut his grass, and he had a little corral in the back, and his wife was sick with cancer, and he was sick. He was a policeman, ex Vietnam vet, possibly Korean vet, Korean War vet, and I just heard the little corral was feeding the goat, and I was like 10 years old. I already cut the grass, cleaned the corral, closed the gate, and come at me with a machete, like swinging it. And then he's saying that he could kill me. There's nothing nobody could do about it. And I
Golly.
said, what will you say this? And I said his name. And he said to me, that's not my name. And he started laughing and he started coming at me with a knife. And I told him, what are you doing? He's telling me that he's gonna do something to me, and he said that he tricked all the people in the church, that he was a Santanista, which is a Satanist. And then he kept on coming at me, swinging this machete like real hard. You could hear it cut the wind, like. And then I told him I have a message for him, and he stopped. He said, "What is the message?" And I told him, "God told me to tell you that you tried to take another step forward, that your life here on earth is over." He looked at me and he started laughing. So he tried to take a step forward. He couldn't. He tried to lift the machete to swing at it on top of my head. He couldn't. I was able to climb the corral and started walking away. that he couldn't even turn around because there was a higher power controlling the situation, and he couldn't even look at me because he was being controlled by a higher power, and he told me, tell your parents what happened here. They're not going to believe you. So I had to walk all the way home. I got home, told my parents what happened. They got me back in the station wagon to go back there, back to that house. And this guy, he came out of his house and they're like, hey, we just want to know if it's true what he's saying. The only thing he said is, you know how kids are, they like to lie a lot. So, and it stayed at that, you know, he's a evil person, but I had to forgive the guy. When I forgave, I mean, this guy just didn't mess with me that day. He messed with me from the age of 10, even when I was a teenager, high school. I was doing death threats and, all kinds of things, pulling out the gun on me, going like this, and I would tell him, look, I'm not going to be a kid all the time. Maybe one day I'll settle this with you as a man. So you're just a mocoso kid, you know, kid with boogers or whatever. I said, one day, I said, I'm not going to be a kid. I'm going to be grown. So that day happened when I came back from Operation Desert Storm. I look at that guy. We're in a four-way, stoplight, and he's looking at me. I'm looking at him, and I give him a smile, and I go like, are you ready? I was in my dress greens coming from Operation Desert Storm, and he freaking did a 360 and took off. So that's the guy I had to forgive. I didn't know that he had already passed away, but apparently something. I mean, whether it was him or whatever, I forgave him. Whatever power that had, I forgave the individual, and all the things that were happening kind of ceased because there was no more spiritual openings. That's why I tell people that forgiveness is very important.
It's
If
very
if
important.
if you're not going to do it for yourself to protect your foundation, your love
Yeah,
foundation. That's why I did it.
Yeah, and
yeah,
forgiveness is stronger when it comes from both parties.
yeah.
Yeah, but
You
I
can't
couldn't.
you
I
can't
mean,
expect people though to do the right thing.
the
You
guy
got to
had already
do it
been
yourself.
deceased since for 5 years, so you know, I just forgave him. And
That's good.
true forgiveness. And all these things that were happening, that was the opening I had. I didn't even know I had that opening. I mean, who's gonna remember an incident that happened? And I was thinking about, I had a piece of paper writing down all the things that I saw I put Operation Desert Storm because we had to do in combat. But then when I heard that thing laughing that sounded like that guy, it's like, oh, that's it. That's the opening. I probably pray to God, show me, Heavenly Father, what is it? What is the opening that they're using to coming up against me? When I heard it laughing, the way he was laughing, that sounded like the guy. Then I remembered him, that I had hatred and anger and vengeance for him. So I forgave him. And a lot of things were happening stuff. And this is what these jokers try to do. They come at us in a negative way, and that's what they do. That's what they dwell on is negativity. I just when they come to like on YouTube or here sometimes, I just put them out. I'm not going to be playing their games anymore.
Mm-mm.
If they're unhappy and that's what they dwell in, that they don't want to change their ways, well, that's on them. I'm going to continue to do the things that I do spiritually, but yeah, I've got my I should have say I got attacked. I'm not going to lie. I got attacked spiritually and physically, man, in Elms Grove, really bad. You know, my sister knows what I went through, and a lot of the family members. But yeah, they're trying to take me out of this world. Thank God I'm still here. I
Do
mean,
you
they
go
kind
there
of
at
did
night?
take me out a little bit. I'm here as Count Sias right now. I'm just playing.
Do you go there at
Now,
night?
Was that?
Do you go to Ellsmus Grove at night?
No, no, I haven't gone there in a long time. Uh, Sadly, when I had gone there one time during the day, there was this lady in there in the path, and she was acting strange, and I could tell that she had a negative attachment. She was there with the three children in that path. She had a baby in her hand
Hmm.
and two other children. She just looking in the path like she's sensing something, like something has control over her.
Hmm.
Well, I heard through somebody that there was a lady that had three children that got run over on that highway. but they had 3 children with her. So I'm thinking that possibly it could have been her. That if something attached itself to her, it took her with the children to the road, so the whole family died,
That's
which
tragic.
was the woman and the 3 children. So
That's
yeah,
bad.
you know,
Yeah. No, but what you were speaking on earlier, that's one of the biggest things for me is because as a religious individual, I wouldn't even say religious individual, but as a spiritual individual, um, I'm down with the Christ light, right? So it's one of the hardest things to me is forgiving people that have done you so wrong in this mortal world that it seems like you almost can't forgive them. But whenever you look at the trials and tribulations that Christ went through, especially when he was doing so good for his people, but against the laws of the way the Hasidics had it up and the way the people set it up. When you're willing to go against that, to go for your own people, to absolutely abolish those quote unquote laws that they got from these old Canaanite scriptures, um, and just forgive people as such and understand them as such. It's very difficult if you're going through a religious law, but to go through it as a spiritual law, it's a beautiful thing to actually be able to understand and hold your people as a forgivable people for what they were taught in this world that was run by the Hasatan, that was run by, the adversaries, and still forgive all the BS law and forgive them for what they've done. That's a very big and bold um, presentation upon yourself. You know what I mean? Like to actually say, even I don't care what the laws say. You know, I forgive you, absolute, for everything you've done against me, everything I've done against you, for team on team type crap. That takes some big cajones. You know what I mean? Like no BS. Uh, I find that I was talking to my buddy about that earlier, and he was getting into Hasidic law and Orthodox law, and I was telling him, dude, like, you know, that has nothing to do with it. Forgiveness upon people and forgiveness of what they do in this mortal life, and even if they disagree with you, but understanding and loving them is much more of a charge than condemning them for however you feel about it specifically. You know,
Forgiveness is the hardest thing we'll do.
yeah,
Forgiveness of yourself, forgiveness of others. It's almost impossible for some people.
yeah,
Not for me. I mean, I haven't. On being honest, I don't. I don't hold grudges, dude. I don't. I mean, there's people that have done some really horrible things, especially as of late. I mean, everybody knows that there's a lot of people out there that done some really nasty, gnarly things. It's really on them. I don't care. I mean, they're the ones that are going to have to face it and deal with it because I forgave them.
yeah. You got to deal with it.
I mean, they're the ones going to face all that. It's like that skit with Dave Chappelle. He's like, "You want a biscuit with that?" And they use the N word, and he's like, "Yeah, I thought it came with it. What's up with the attitude?" And then everybody's like, "He's like, why do I care? They're the ones working at KFC, not me."
Right,
You
right.
know, it's like, It's a good point. Like, I mean, what do they say all these bad things about me, make up all kinds of nonsense and whatever, like they violated cease and desist. And then they went around lying, saying that I had one and that I was like, pfft, they're just making up lies. Every lie you tell is just adding more to your problems. I mean, and when you're slandering people,
They do that to get the fix they need for their
Yeah.
demons, for that bad energy that's on them. They have to feed it constantly.
Yeah.
And the fix they need a lot of time is the numbers. They validate themselves by the numbers and the views and subs that they get, and blah blah blah. And like, no, it's great to have a discipleship, but we got to remember, like Christ had a disciple of 12, and that grew into many.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that just because you got 458,000, subs or views or whatever, doesn't. I mean, that's cool, but it doesn't mean what it really means. I had a homeboy. He's schizophrenic. I love him to death. He's like a brother to me. But he said, and I'll never forget it. Just because a million people like your music doesn't mean that you're good. It just means that a million people are stupid. And I always
million people or whatever. I mean, like tonight, I can't even tell you what the numbers. Somebody would have to tell me. I don't even know how many people we had in the chat.
Yeah,
Their numbers is what makes them validates them.
Right. Yeah.
They don't see it as, if they stop looking at it like that and just went with it and accepted it for what it is, life would be so much easier for them. And if they stopped looking over at whoever's sitting next to them, their plate, just do yourself a favor and focus on yourself.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we had to talk to the county sheriffs because that James Graves guy.
Oh Lord.
He called and was threatening to slit my wife's throat, threatening to shoot me, and all this other. And so we literally, my wife was on the phone with the police when he called the last time, and she just put the phone.
No, both times, both threats.
Was it both?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just remember the last because I was in the shower.
Yeah.
But I got out and he was cussing, threatening, all this other crap, and
the police heard him.
The police heard everything he said, and it was the same guy, Abe, that called into your show and was, saying all the horrible things. And these police were just like, "What the freaking," and he was just flat out threatening to kill us, saying he was going to shoot us, stab us. He said he was going to violate Nellie and saying things about her. Yeah, it was bad. It was horrible.
Yeah, no.
I mean, that's a ass whooping right there, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's so hard, but at the end of the day, if you really have to, you have to forgive, and it's not my place. I'm like, let the guy do something. No way.
I'm saying whoop his ass and then ask God for forgiveness for it.
Yeah, that's human nature, and you're just sitting there going like, what is this guy? Like, what is this guy's deal? Like, how stupid are you?
That ain't.
These people that he's affiliated with, they don't denounce him. They don't say, "Hey, this isn't right." If one of my listeners was calling up, the LBL goofball, whatever, with the swords and all that, and was saying all those kinds of nasty things in my name, I would be all over that guy.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, "What are you doing?
Oh, we're not friends.
We are not friends. Don't do those kind of things to that guy." This guy they don't chastise these people for the things that they do. Then you got the crazy roofer calling my business partner, 73-year-old man, harassing him. Like, what is wrong with your brain? Like,
he knows that your business partner is sick.
He knows he's sick.
He might be trying to actually cause something worse to happen to him. Yeah. I mean, he's just that evil.
He's an evil person. I was talking to Matt about it the other day, Matt Imsh, and he was just like, dude, I mean, it's a never-ending disco with these people. And, I've had lots of people tell me, hey, block and delete and whatever, but the guy up in Oklahoma, he uses hundreds. Well, according to Joe Doyle, he uses thousands. I mean, that's what they think. Him and Anthony
could be up to And then we did block. I blocked James Graves, and then he called from a different
Keeps
number.
calling from different numbers. I mean, it's just insane. And these people, they're demonically possessed. They're obsessed. Only a demonically possessed or obsessed person would do these things. You know, and my brother calls roofer guy BTK. Believe me, there's some weird stuff like that. You know, and you're going like, dude, these people are out of their freaking minds. I mean, I don't have time to deal with it. I just go with the show, do what we do. We don't have time to mess with these people. You know, I mean, what I'm going to say or do, whatever's been said and done, I don't care anymore. But it's sick. It's a sick perversion.
When they say the sick things that they say and they do the things that they do, all they are doing is outing what's in their heads, the sickness that is inside of them. That is all they are doing, is letting you know what is in them.
Yeah, it's gross. And I told Nellie yesterday, I said, I wouldn't trade places with them for all the money in the world. I would not.
I've been waiting all month for the fool that came in talking, saying he's gonna do something to me. As I've been training hard and everything, just waiting. You know, even the Count was waiting for him just to see if he's gonna show up. And he said he was gonna come over here and handle business with me. And he's like Casper, you know, nowhere to be found. I was ready to teach him a lesson in life.
That one guy that came in, it was trying to debate you and Jesse just ripped into him. What was his name?
I love Jesse. He's so funny.
I forgot his name. I can't remember the guy's name.
Jesse calls him Mr. Shitcape.
Yeah. I can't remember the guy's name now because it's Stenberg, something like that. He was
a dipshit, man.
He's another one. I mean, and their buddy, he announced his buddy. I'm not even going to say his name. He announces that his show is coming back, and I'm like, so it's like what Joe said. 1 million people, and it's just you've got 1 million idiots. Like they think quantity is going to make up for quality. It doesn't.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't. I had a friend of mine. He's in prison. We call him Big Mike. He's been in prison since 2000. Since 2000, so 24 years he's been in prison. He caught a case on the inside, and he did something really bad to get in there. Very violent guy. And
that's his name right there.
Yeah, that's Sean Steinberg. But what's messed up is like you don't. I mean, where do you go with these people? Because like my friend did something and he hurt somebody really bad, and that person subsequently passed away. And now he's spending the rest of his life in prison. He was talking about how it's not worth it. He would do anything to go back and do it all over again and get another life. But he said, he goes, if you took 10 guys like us, and he was talking to me, he said, if you took 10 guys like us and you took 100 normal people, the 10 guys will whip their ass and win every time because you're not normal. You fight like in a different level. Those 100 guys, I mean, they're nothing. I mean, they'll get destroyed. Right. That's what happened at the Granicus, and when Alexander marched his army, there were 2.5 million people across that river. He had 48,000 people, and he beat the shit out of them.
5 soldiers against 1,000 gardeners.
Yeah, I mean, at the 300. Look at the 300. I mean,
exactly what I was going to say.
It doesn't matter. The quantity, they think they got, I got all these people that are against him. What is the quality of their mindset? One lady said that I astral projected and burned her flowers or her.
You what
did she say? I burned her bushes.
Into their bushes, and they had to burn you with or the age. She had to send her angels to burn you out of the bushes.
Yeah, the angels came and got me out of there.
That's something very bizarre.
What the hell?
I hope if I ended up burning somebody's bushes, some angel would kick me out of there. I don't know.
But was that Dana Ortega?
No, it was
Shell,
Kiko, Dico, whatever. I don't know.
Dijon mayonnaise.
Yeah, I
know.
I think grapefruit palm.
I know she got issues.
Boyfriend to do a wooden plaque of PRT, which I'm not going to use. I'm just going to give it away because I don't want.
I'll take it.
If you want it, you can take it. I mean.
Is she the one that? Is she the one that's called the Whisperer or something?
Yes, I think so. Yeah,
herself?
someone told me that she calls herself.
the whisperer, or she talks to herself or
The
something.
wind whisperer or
Oh,
something.
gosh, these people.
Yeah, the wind whisperer.
The Queen
She
Whisper.
drops the hell out of some pictures, and she says they're Bigfoots or Dogman or something like that. And you look at them, man, why is it so pixelated? And she draws little faces. I think she got mental issues.
Yeah,
If,
definitely.
if that's the case, just well, I mean, they all do, but
Don't we all?
Making up
Right?
lies. I don't know people that don't
We
make
all
up
do.
lies like that.
welcome to the club. Just
Yeah.
you're on that
Just-
level over there, so just go to that side, please.
Buy yourself in line. Put it in.
I'd be like,
I don't need your crazy rubbing off on me. I'm really good with my
Right.
own things.
Your crazy
I'm
is
gonna
totally different than mine. We're good.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not going to mention
give
names,
her a
but
box
the
of
guy,
crayons so she can draw. What she
one guy,
sees.
he reached out to Abe and tried to recruit him against me, and Abe was like, "I'd be a 4-year-old eating crayons to go along with this.
It was like, get that corn out of my face.
Get the crap out of my
Get
face."
the cut out of my face.
And then he goes to Joe and calls him up on Easter. Hey, don't be celebrating that pagan holiday. Hey, you got anything bad about Josh Turner? And Joe's like, why don't you F off? Let me
Yeah.
celebrate Easter in peace.
Yeah.
Oh,
What the hell are you
sure.
calling me
It's
about?
in one of these eggs. Go find it.
Like, nobody gives a shit about Josh Turner and your feud with the guy.
Yeah. I'm like, share
Fuck with this
Shabbos. It's share Shabbos, man. Come on now.
Like,
Somebody
go
called me up and
Aggies.
just started talking.
Wasn't he go Aggies?
I would just be like, dude, why am I? Hey, let me talk about this guy over here. You're like, well, I know him, but I don't dwell on the dude. I mean, what am I? A jilted lover? I mean,
Right. Yeah.
did he touch you one day and you liked it and he didn't do it again? Or... I don't know. It's just weird. It's
No,
like
the
this,
problem is that he liked it.
I'm sorry if he did it to you, but I mean,
if
I'm
I
not
rubbed
on that
against it
level.
one day going into the restroom or something. I don't know what I did.
Him
I
and
thought we had something together.
his P. Diddy dreams.
I thought that baby oil counted for something.
Ooh.
I think when I seen him in the lobby, we were staying in the same location I was staying across Lake Worth.
Oh, at the conference, yeah.
He was in the lobby eating breakfast barefooted.
What?
Barefooted. Yeah.
He's got to show you how
Barefooted.
cool he is.
That
and how
goes back
edgy
to
he
what
is.
you were saying, Nelly, about how he does. Remember how he was acting on post
Mhm.
and just doing like whatever he wanted to do? Like he has no rules or boundaries.
Yes,
shill.
I
Like,
wish that I could put
He's
it into
shill.
words when I was observing his behavior, his mannerisms, and how he was talking. And when he was able to be the one speaking, he was all about eye contact with Wolf, kind of
yeah,
like. But then
show us on the door.
whenever Wolf was talking,
He had the
He
1,000-yard stare. And
yeah, and then he would look away and kind of like wander away and fidget with things, and it was like
he had no desire to talk to. When he talks,
he wants you to listen.
he only wants you to listen. He doesn't want to hear what you have to say.
That was my perception of that incident.
Well, that's a very
I
good
didn't-
perception.
I didn't,
That's what it was.
spent a lot of time with the guy, and I'm not
Well,
trying to be
they
mean,
say-
I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but it's
It
I
might be
never wanted
effective
to
from
say-
the LBL, Brokeback Mountain over there. Dramatized.
that LBL.
Bizarre.
Mm-mm. It's turned into quite the amusement park.
I don't know what scared him was the saber tooth from the LBL or the smell of onions from the armpits of a certain individual.
And then he lost
Nasty,
his sword,
nasty.
and I'm like, I don't know.
It smelled like armpits, smelled like onions, no?
I've told multiple people not to say anything to him.
Yeah.
Leave them alone.
Seriously, I wish that they would just leave us all alone. Leave us
No.
alone.
That's
Just
all we
go
want.
away.
I mean,
That's
I don't
it.
want to fight with these people.
But-
Go away.
Their meal ticket is keeping Wolf's name in their mouths, and then to get to Wolf, they're gonna say stuff about the rest of us because they have no real talent. They have no real good personalities. They don't have anything that attracts people to them. And
Well, they could put in the work, and
They
but
could,
they wouldn't.
but they won't.
Guy with the sword. He always want everybody else to do everything for him.
well, All they're doing is performing CPR on somebody that's already passed on to the other side, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, and I'm just like, I don't know what I could have done differently. I paid for everything and was trying to help them and got nothing but
Yeah,
grief.
that's crazy right there, man. That he was infiltrating all the time
You know,
because they were trying to bring you down all along. You know, even all them guys, even the trucker, whatever his name was,
oh yeah,
Huffington.
Duff,
All those guys were infiltrating, man.
Water seeks its own level. Think of Dirty Ike and Clough. There you go.
and he's got a weird obsession with
Maddie.
Madeline. I mean, just weird, dude. Like, why did you feel the need to tell me? And then on that video, I only watched a few minutes of it, but it was like, well, he was the only one that didn't know. And I could have lived my life not knowing. Why did you feel the need to tell me? And why did Roofer call up Anthony and give him a lecture for 30 minutes until Anthony hung up on him? They had it all planned out, man. It was
so
all
bizarre.
so
Like,
weird.
what are you
I mean,
doing? Why are you calling up?
And then they kept
Anthony to
saying that
tell him
I
that?
didn't give them enough time. I didn't talk to them. And they were really upset that I would talk to Abe and not them. And I'm like, because every time I talk to them, it's something negative about somebody, and I'm just like, and that was the thing with Sword Guy. Every time I spoke to the dude, he was upset. And multiple people have said the same thing about other channels that I'm friends with. They said the same thing. Like, he was just very negative. He's always upset about something. And you're just like, man, this is bullshit. I don't want to sit here and hear this complaining all the damn time. I got my own problems. We were living in a house. It was absolutely off the chain haunted. I'm telling you. And so we're going to talk about it on Sunday. But Nellie went through stuff there. I hope you join us on Sunday, honey.
Who? What?
About the house.
Oh, which house? Oh, that house.
The house we just moved out of.
And there's so many houses we've been talking about that are haunted lately. It's like, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that
the one that
house.
we've dealt with.
Yeah, that. I'm so glad to be out of there.
I could sleep now, and I don't have weird.
Yeah, my own dreams aren't trying to kill me.
I'm not feeling.
Sometimes you have to leave those environments, man. That's why I left Elms Grove because I couldn't. That was it, man. I just couldn't do it anymore. I mean, many years passed by.
What
Once
happened to
I
Joey?
paid it off, I moved.
Joe left.
Later.
I didn't even notice till right now.
Where's Joe at?
Maybe he needs to jump back on.
Oh, there he is. Let me get him.
Okay.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
that
that,
house
Joe.
is.
I
That house.
didn't know I had lost
Disregard
each
the
other.
text I just sent you, Joe. I was like, "Where you at?" He's like, "I'm right here."
My phone's in the other room. I'm good. I've learned to let my phone go for a while because like back in the gap in the 80s and the 90s, we didn't have phones, and so I kind of just I don't know, what do you call it? Disengaged from my phone for a while. Yeah. So I'll leave it alone.
I think we all need to learn to do that. I wish I could.
Yeah.
It's like electric leash.
Like I the ringer's off, everything's off. I don't get notifications or nothing.
Oh man, if I could turn my phone off, but then the company would implode.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
well, if you have a business, it's different. But yeah, but for like normal cats, like I suggest everybody leave your phone alone, man. Like, and just let it go. Because when you weren't at the house and you were off riding your little BMX or riding your bike out to another friend's house, and that's how you had to find your friends, was to see where all the bikes were at. We didn't need none of those. And so what? So F it, so be it.
Lisa says maybe he is MK Ultra. I was thinking, when my brother first met him, that he thought something was wrong with him. And I thought my brother was just being he's pretty strict and out the job site. I thought maybe he's just being overly strict. But no, it was nuts. The things he was doing were nuts. And it was mostly the women. Well, it was pretty much the women that were complaining. And I have a lot of women that work for me. And you can't be doing that and saying that and acting like that. He had these pictures of women on his phone. And you're like, what is this? I mean, and you're showing people this, and then he's like, "Oh, here's the picture I sent," and he sends it to us. Like,
I can't show my
we're not gonna. What do we want to see this for? It's not your wife. Just stop doing it. It's a simple thing. Just don't do the things you're doing. That's it. It was not like a hard chore. Like it was, but it was too much to ask for him to not be a chismoso, as they say in Spanish, but I guess a gossiper. And run to say bad things. I mean, he called everybody in the damn community.
I was shocked. I was like, this guy has really been
I couldn't
a
believe
busy
it.
bee.
Everybody I
Looking
talked
around.
to, this guy said that. It was like, what is this guy's deal? Like, what? My mortgage broker? Like, who? The real estate agent? Like, and then he wanted them to tell him where we were moving to.
He's all, hey, let me get that address from
Oh
you.
my god! I mean, it was scary, dude. I mean, like, I told my
Stalker, man.
I was like, why is this
Sound
guy
like a stalker.
Yes, he is a stalker, actually.
Mhm.
That is stalker behavior there.
calling my business partners and calling people that used to, and then getting people that he knew? There were a couple guys that worked for us briefly that he brought, and he got them to lie and say all kinds of madness. And I'm like, well, I never did anything to those people. Like, why would you go? I know you're his friend or whatever, but that guy's got you telling you to lie, and you're doing it for what? I always paid you. I never did anything wrong to you. Yeah, I still understand that, dude. I mean, I forgive him, I do, but it just, I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, that's real talk. Like real G code, like especially back when we grew up, like real G code is, no snitching on nothing. And if it ain't got nothing to do with you, you ain't got nothing to say about it. And you keep your damn mouth shut. And even though you heard what you heard, it don't mean that what it was. You know what I mean? So you just stay the hell out of it, and you don't get caught up in the mix. And you don't get caught up in the mix, and there ain't no twist on whenever game starts to happen, and whenever whenever shit starts to go down, it wasn't part of your BS. It was because it came out from where it came out from. I hate that, man. I hate that third, second, and fourth hand crap that comes out, and people go, "Oh, well, I heard what I heard," blah 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 blah, and you can trace it so far back. But what's really real is what's really real between two individuals. You come down to those two individuals, and that's what it really is. There, all the skepticism and all the BS that followed behind it, and the front that comes behind it, has nothing to do with it. And that's real G code. You know what I mean? Like in my world, that's real gangster code.
And you can tell people by the company they choose. Like he chose to now he's DW, and he's friends with Mike, that's his buddy, and Roger. And Roger's a proven liar, a known liar. Everybody knows it.
Muddy Clone.
If just remember, folks, if you're in the LBL and you're getting attacked by little dog man, hide underneath an RV, okay, and just hide it out there. You'll be fine. Or go find the guy with no sleeves with a sword. They will get you out of that situation. Or you could just not be around these people because they're psychopaths. It's up to you. I mean, it's your choice. But I mean, I just look at it like we got a job to do. All of us. We all have shows, and it doesn't involve this bullshit. I mean, moving on with these people. I'm not gonna give them more airtime on my show ever. I don't give a shit. They're going to keep being who they are. They're going to keep saying what they say, and they're not going to grow. If you notice, like their channels are dog shit, and they're in the toilet. And I don't even know how many people. I know we hit 500, but I don't know how many we got all together. 5 something, but I mean, there's no rivalry there. I mean, it's a one-sided rivalry if there is. It's like we had a bunch of people, and then they get.
Well, didn't the police officer
say? Did they get like 100
say?
people in their chat?
I'm not sure.
I don't even know.
Didn't the police officer say if you tell them to stop harassing you and leave you alone, if they do, that something can be done about that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm saying it now. Stop harassing me and my family.
Don't
call us.
contact us.
Don't mention us. Leave us alone, and nothing more will be said on our part.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah.
Don't-
There you go.
But it's just so
No,
ridiculous that it has to come to this.
You know they're listening right now, by the way.
Well,
that's
they stalk the
absolutely
shit
right.
out of
Yeah.
me. I mean, they.
And you know, and if they are, it's like the same. It's like the same concept as, you know, like horror movie status. It's like, all right, we got, you know, Michael Myers is not allowed to say anything about Jason Voorhees. Jason Voorhees is not allowed to say anything about, you know. But I mean, it's the same concept, but it rings true. You know what I mean? Like, dude, mind your own fucking. Sorry, Abe, not to cuss on your show.
No problem. Go ahead, brother.
Mind your own effing business on your own thing, and then everybody else, unless they speak your name into it, then stay the F out of it and don't mention it because we ain't got nothing to mention on you. So back the F off and everybody will ring true. You know, don't set trip. We'll be all right. You know,
Yeah.
like, you know, if you're from South First, don't come up to, you know, Runberg.
Don't hang out in Dove Springs. I mean,
Yeah.
Kind of
Don't hang out in Blood Springs.
It's
Blood
pretty bad. I mean,
Springs.
people don't understand that. Just stay to your own set, whatever.
Yes.
But that, you know, and then trying to recruit 1 million people, and what it was weird too, because whatever that person's flavor was, that was supposedly the hammer. It was like, oh, he's a Nazi. Oh, you're on the left. Okay, yeah, he's a Nazi. If you're on the right, oh, he's a communist. Like, you know, he's gay. And they said I was gay.
Right.
Hung out at a club called the Iron Bell, Iron Bull,
The Iron Bull.
Iron Bear,
Iron Bear. And then you're a homophobe.
Homophobe, you know, and then
Yeah.
you're Semitic, you're anti-Semitic. Well, what am I? I'm everything bad. Whatever that person thinks is bad, that's what you are.
They're just trying to make anything stick.
But who uses Iron Hammer?
I'm sorry I didn't go kick
For a
it at
living.
about time.
Larry?
About time, yeah. Well, I remember that place. There was another one called the Poodle Lounge.
Poodle Lounge, yeah.
Poodle Lounge
Yeah.
on Barnett Road. I remember
Yeah,
that.
that's not, yeah.
Because I always drove by there when I was doing my patrols, and I was like, "What is that?" And then I noticed, like at 2:00, you see there's all these guys out there. There's never any women. So, you know, that's kind of how I figured out. Like, there was this one guy I worked with named Sean, and he tried to get me to go shoot pool with him. And he asked me to go to the Poodle Lounge and go shoot pool, and I was like, "It's just me and you go shoot pool at the Poodle Lounge?" I figured it out. I was like, I'm not trying to be homophobic or anything, but I was like, nah, I'm good, man. I don't. And so I asked my friend, a friend of mine who used to sell things, you know, and he goes, he's not, but that's where he sells. And I said, what is that place? He goes, oh, it's a gay bar. I was like, this guy I was working with, he was like asking me, and then he told me, he's like, well, if you're not comfortable there, we go to Bout Time. And I'm like,
About time, yeah.
didn't know anything about that either. My brother's friends told us, like, oh yeah, that's a gay bar. And I was like, yeah, okay, it's about time I don't talk to this guy anymore, because every time he wants me to go somewhere, some gay bar, like, you don't think I'm gonna notice that when I walk in and be like, dude, there's nothing but dudes in here? I mean, no offense to Nelly, but back then I was single and I wanted to go where there were girls. This dude was not interested in that. He was like,
no.
Yeah, it's pretty chill, laid back atmosphere. Yeah, sure it is.
About time wasn't just a gay bar. That was a holy effing SH bar.
What was it again?
The About Time, that was a holy freaking delusional. Like, that was one of those ones where it wasn't. Remember, I think it was called the Toolbox from Police Academy.
Oh, I was gonna say I never heard of that.
Yeah, where they were like, it was like a Freddie Mercury bar. It wasn't just a gay bar. Well,
you know, I don't know if you know, Joe, but Abe had a guy on the show, and he was gay, and I mean, we were nice to him. We weren't being rude to him or anything.
Yeah, cool.
He started asking weird ass questions like, "Well, you've never met what did he say? He said something about you've never met a girl that looked kind of like a guy and you were attracted to her." And I was like, is this an actual woman? And he says, you know what I mean? Like a girl that looks kind of like a guy. And I'm like, hell no. I've never met a girl that looks like a guy that was I was attracted to. Now I've had girls that were friends that looked like because they were lesbians, whatever. But the hell, I was like, what is this guy talking about? I said, no, I
Call
haven't. He
himself
kept on with that shit.
the huggable succubus.
Dude, that guy
Call
was
himself.
so weird.
He started asking cousin Jesse if he could give him a hug,
And Jesse was like,
and
hell
he
no, I
asked
ain't
brother
giving you a
Judge
hug.
Turner. And brother Judge Turner's like, hell no. I said, are you gay? Ain't you gay?
Well, I had the one
Hug you, but-
time. I had the one time that I was at a club. It was off of Dirty Six, and we were chilling, and it was me and my homeboy and my wife at the time and his wife at the time, and we were all dancing, and I saw Leslie from behind.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So I was like,
Oh man.
and she was like, or he was like wearing like high heels and like a scarf, and I was like, I'm gonna go Mac on this chick, and rolled up, and I was like, hey, can I buy you a drink? And like she looked at me with her whole Tommy Chong face. It was like, yeah, you can buy me a drink. And I was like, yeah, all right.
And you know what's funny is my brother's got a funny story about Leslie. It was really sad. He got beaten and then he died. You know, later he died, but it was probably from the assault. It really hurt him or whatever. But I protected him one night. We were by Centennial Condos, and these guys, these college age guys, they were throwing rocks down at him on his little shopping cart. He was a homeless dude.
Oh yeah.
And I had to stop them or whatever. So then when he was running for mayor, he goes on public access and says, they don't have running mates in mayor, but he goes, Wolf is going to be my running mate. He defended me. He upholds the law. And I'm like, and my brother thought it was hilarious to record that and play it. He says, check it out. You got a new fan. And I was like, what the freaking, and all my friends were like, well, you defended Leslie. That's awesome. I said I was doing my job because it was on my damn property. I had no choice. But even then, I still wouldn't let somebody, I mean, whether he's gay or not, I'm not going to let somebody commit a hate crime and beat somebody in front of me. But they were hitting him with rocks and shit, you know? And so I had to go up there and
Some
stop
people
him.
are
And one of the
animals.
little smart ass little shit frat boys got all up in my face because he's big. And I'm like, dude, and I ended up like grabbing this dude and dragging him out of the party. And called the police, you know, and the police came and picked him up because he tried to fight me. I just restrained him. And it was crazy. Like this friendship developed or whatever after that with him. He was always telling people what a great guy I was. And I'm not going to lie, it was kind of aggravating because I was like, I don't want to be associated with that dude. But then,
Right.
you know, I felt bad for the guy. And then later on, when he was murdered, I felt like, oh man, you know.
Yeah, that was effed off, dude. Yeah. I mean, he was what he was, and I don't
think he was actually gay, though. I think he just dressed like that.
No, yeah, he was just.
He was
I
just
think he was
cleaner from
mentally. I think he had a. You know, he should have went to charter a little bit longer.
Charter, yeah. Yeah.
You know, but no, I mean, he didn't deserve what he got for it, but he's definitely a staple in Austin, and I respect it for that. But yeah, I don't agree with the narrative of it, but I think because I met him that time, and I met him a couple times after that, and he was just a genuinely cool dude, so
yeah, he was a lawyer.
Yeah, he was barred. Yeah,
and he had a house too.
Yeah.
And he gave up his house to go and live as a homeless man and dressed in women's clothing.
Yeah,
it was the
Is
weirdest
this the guy
thing.
that was dressed like a nun?
No, he didn't dress like
no.
He dressed
There
in
was a
like
dude,
women's lingerie and danced around with a cane and a top hat.
At the DPS, I had to pay a ticket there in Austin. There was this dude dressed as a nun. There's a pretty tall guy.
Some weird ass people in Austin, man. Let me tell you, and they just don't. They get weird as
So like,
shit.
what the
Yeah,
hell is
you
that?
ain't lying.
They take it too far.
It's like 1990s Venice Beach.
Yeah, it's oh yeah. I remember Venice Beach being a little more normal. Then it became a nightmare.
Yeah.
You know, when I was out in California, and just went to Oakland one time, and I was like, "Holy shit!" It's like Mad Max. Nobody
Yeah.
lives there but bikers and Crips and Bloods and gang members. They're
Yep.
like, "This is crazy."
Hell's Angels and,
Hell's
and
Angels, like
Rolling
down there.
60s
Yeah,
and
Rolling
all those
60s.
cats. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. They're
Yeah.
just like set tripping like crazy out there. And I remember these guys like trying to mess with me and run me off the road, and they were on bikes. And I'm like, just turn my wheel, you know, like, what are you gonna do? I mean, you know, you're just gonna go flying off the road, and then they're like, "Oh, you tried to kill somebody." No, the guy was like, literally, they were trying to, you know, mess with me, and I was like, I'm just like
Yeah.
young guy, you know, trying to defend myself, and the guy's bike got laid down. He was fine, but still, I mean, they got all bent out of shape, and I'm like, look, man, you know, I just stopped into the store, and they told me that they owned that store. I'm like, really? Because that guy in there, it looks like he owns it. I don't know why you're talking shit. And then it just turned into, you know, needless to say, I never went to Oakland again.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Oakland's Oakland. Yeah. I was there a few times and totally different. Very weird, especially with the MC clubs and all that. It's with the gang stuff, it's kind of normal as far as what I grew up with, but the MCs, man, way different, way different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so let me ask you a question, changing gears here a little bit. How is your show going, Joe? Because I haven't been able to keep up with hardly anything lately because of all the stuff going on.
It's been all right. So last week we both took a hiatus, Monica's and mine, and then tonight she took a hiatus to take her kid Halloween, you know what I mean, trick or treating.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, we're probably gonna just do a big show on the entire Halloween series, the movie series, and just do a movie thing about it. But before that, we're doing, you know, some pretty good stuff about Faye. I always throw her a curveball with the flat Earth because I like to f with her about that. She's like, "There's no such thing," and I'm like, "But think about it."
You should tell her that the most flat Earth, the biggest population of flat earthers are ship captains.
Yeah, yeah. We'll
Pilot.
see.
Pilots, but ship captains, there's more ship captains.
Yeah, that's
Pilots.
true.
I'm one of them, but I'm not a predominant one of them. So like, I'll go on. So a lot of a flat Earth theory is biblical. So when it's talking about the Earth is unmovable and it's God's step stool and the seven heavens and the reflections of the heavens and yada yada yada. Like, I'll go with it. Like, but I'm not one of those who are like completely offended by it when people in the chat start talking crap. So I'm like, yeah, I agree with it. You know, like, until we all go there, it's just like the afterlife. Until we get there, no one really knows what it is. Because I don't trust, you know, NASA and the governmental, I don't know, quotation of it all. So I don't buy it. But so I think there's lies and all of it in there. But anyway, so I think that, but I always mess with her on it because she's adamant about it.
And some people get so angry about it, too.
Dude, it's just like the Anunnaki and the biblical religion. They are like hell bent and they get mad, and I'm like, dude, I'm just saying, like, I don't know, not till I get there, I don't know,
Well, it's not a question of salvation, so it's not something that's important. Like, it doesn't matter if someone believes that or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's
So-
not something to fight about. I just see people getting so worked up over it. And then
right.
some people pride themselves on attacking people who believe differently than them.
Well, because it makes them feel smarter and superior, and there's a lot of people that feed off of
People have
that.
tried to drag me into all that. I'm not doing that.
Your brother is
Yeah,
stuck in the
exactly.
Old Testament.
Yeah, no,
You're stuck in the Old
exactly.
Testament.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of
And
people too, though, that the Old Testament just gets in the way of the truth, and I say that because it's pretty damn obvious to me that the Tanakh, which is not the entire Old Testament, but the Tanakh was the Jewish oral,
yeah,
then it turned into a book. They
yeah,
describe
it's
Yahweh as a dragon, and
right.
you're going
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
what are we missing here? Because Jesus says over and over again, and he tells the Pharisees, "Your father is not my
not
father.
my father.
We are
Yeah.
not the same." And and
The spirit that you follow is not the spirit that I follow.
he
Yeah,
tells them,
and the Tanakh is the Torah with the book of prophets added onto it. So it's what you got, the 5 books of the Torah, not to mention the oral Torah, but then you got the Tanakh, which is the 2 books after it, the book of prophets. So yeah, I mean, to me, I don't know, man. Call me a skeptic or whatever, but either I'm one of those cats, whether either you believe in it and or you take it to home as far as what is um, predominantly fulfilling within what your belief is. So I do believe in that. I do believe in the firmament. I do believe in, the parts of the flat earth that makes it what it is. But dude, like, am I going to kick somebody out of the bed because they don't believe in the same thing? No, I'm not. As long as we're aiming for the same thing, as long as we're aiming for the Yeshua HaMashiach, the Christ, our Messiah, as long as we're aiming for that, because we don't have any. This world is filled full of the Hasatan, and everywhere you look, whether it's television programming, educational programming, like you're screwed from birth all the way to it. So unless you can find Christ and not the Bible, right? Because the Bible can steer you 7 different degrees from the right way. It can put you into war. It can put you into genocide,
which is the Old Testament predominantly.
Right, exactly. But Christ tells you one thing, and he tells you to follow him through him, and the only way through him is to God.
Yeah, the only way to God is through him, and love. He tells you to love.
Yeah, love.
Abe is always preaching about the love foundation. He's 100% correct on that. If you don't have, because Jesus says that love covers a multitude of sin,
right?
And that is the linchpin. I mean, if it wasn't spoken by Christ, then it's just an opinion, but it's not. I believe that's what it is.
Yeah, love and forgiveness. I mean, dude, one of the biggest profound pieces in the New Testament when Christ was dying on the cross was forgive them for they do not know what they do. Yeah. and that's the world. He's talking about the world.
Yeah.
You know,
And the
and
god of this world is Satan. And it,
yeah,
if not, then why did he take him up to the mountain and tell him, hey, all these kingdoms can be yours if they weren't his to give?
right.
Of
And
course,
yeah, but it's funny though because that's one of the religious pieces for a flat Earth is, and I'm just saying it, but when he took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the Earth, the only way you can do that without a globe is a flat Earth.
that's true. That's true. I'm going to reserve judgment on that for a while. I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's funny, but it's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Abe and Joe. We're planning on doing. We're going to go out to Lawrence Cemetery. We're going to try and do it as soon as we get done closing on this property. Until then, I can't spend money, which sucks because I have to have all my money to put this huge down payment on it, and then can't use my credit cards because they're doing a score so they can try to get it up so I can pay a lower down payment. So I'm sitting here kind of like stuck. But as soon as that happens, we're going to be purchasing some camera equipment and like good stuff, and then we're going to first thing we're going to do is do some exploring, and we need to get together. There's two places I want to go. One is Cistern, where my friend Arash's bar is at, and out there where people have seen Bigfoot, and then I want to go to Lawrence Cemetery.
All right.
And I think you guys should go. We should all get together and go. I think it'd
Yeah.
be a hell of a show, and we could put it either record what we get and then make it into a show and release it, which would probably be the best way to do it. But we could also do a live from there, just to whet people's appetites, and then say, hey, and then we do what we may or may not find. I don't know. We may not find anything, but at least we're there in the place where a lot of people have seen things.
Yeah.
Not the least of which is Dogman, or a giant wolf-like creature that jumped on someone's car.
We got to do the restaurant too.
Yeah. Why are you whispering?
Why are you whispering?
Why are you doing that?
Because I
I
can.
started the whispering.
Yeah, we need to go to Realities and do that too.
That's it. I'm gonna do.
Or Alpine Hots over in New Braunfels.
I'm gonna do a paranormal show, and it's just gonna be all the people talking are gonna be whispering.
And Abe, you need to come so we can set you up so you can take donations. You guys need to be able to get donations because that will help you guys, to pay for your show. Because time is money. And people don't realize that. People say, oh, well, you're only there for 3 hours a week, whatever it is, the hell. I said, you know how much work goes into this crap?
Yeah.
Doing the show, the stores. You can't just, it doesn't just happen magically. They don't realize how much goes into this. And sometimes you'll talk to people, and then it doesn't happen a lot. But this is one example of something that really just aggravates me. They'll sit there and talk to you for 2 hours, and they go, "Yeah, but I don't want you using my story."
Right.
I'm like, you just talked to me for 2 hours, and then you just told me I can't use your story.
Dude, I got one for you. I didn't even realize this was a thing. So, okay, so you take Burleson Road, right? From like what is it? 969 under to where it went 183, right below the south side of the airport. And there's I want to say it's like Mesa Park or whatever. There's a original road that used to run into there. That's supposed to be a haunted piece, and I never even knew about it. And I was talking to a cat that he was like, yeah, man, that's actually a haunted road. So so you go in 969, and then you go Burleson, which now I guess what this would be this way. So you go under Burleson Road, but there's Mesa Park or whatever, and that used to be the original bridge, and that original bridge is supposed to be a hot paranormal spot.
Well, you know, Burleson has that 4-way stop where all these people have died too.
Yeah,
Burleson and Montopolis.
Montopolis, right? Yeah.
All these people have died there. I mean, a bunch of people,
Oh,
and it's
wow.
crazy.
So the energy.
Accidents?
Yeah, accidents. Why? I don't know.
Maybe we should go check it out, man. I mean, even go,
I think McKinney Falls would be another one because when we
Falls,
had
yeah.
Juan Arturo Mata on the show, he talked about what happened to him over there in Pedernales. But McKinney Falls is another one that had some weird stuff happen. We had a guy give us some information about it. And there have been a couple people now. After I said something about the first guy's encounter, I had another guy who got in touch with me. His name was Shane. Shane, and there was two guys. Shane, I can't remember the other guy's name, Christian or something like that. And they reached out to us and they said, dude, you were talking about McKinney Falls. And they said that we went there and they saw, this is weird. They were up on one of the cliffs. You know how they have these caves? They're kind of, they were in the little cliffs. And they said that they watched these 4 people kind of dancing around doing this ceremony. And there was a guy that appeared in the middle. They don't know where he came from, but it was a man. He just looked like a man. He didn't look like a demon or anything like that. But he just popped up in the middle of this pentagram that they had drawn. And it looked like a man. And then he just like lifted himself up off the ground and just went into the air and was gone. And there were 5 people and then one in the middle. And so I thought, what in the hell was that? And like, but then the other story that was given to us originally, there was a guy who was claiming that he had seen kind of what Arturo had seen, the same situation, like something flying around, like black, shadowy looking things that kind of looked like sheets. And that sounds weird, but like floating around in the air. But they weren't sheets. They were like these demonic entities. Now, I saw something like that similar years ago when I was doing security when they were building the Lowe's off of Brody Lane. And I think I was asleep and I'd come out of my body. At least that's what I think was going on, because it chased me back to my truck. And then I woke up in my truck and something blackish brown had just swooped by my driver's side window. But what it was, I have no idea. But
it could have been I've seen the blackish brown ones. It could have been a shapeshifter skinwalker, because I've seen that appearance that they look brownish and black in between.
this thing was flying.
Yeah, they fly, they float, and they'll chase you.
It chased me.
It'll chase you like they're flying in the air, coming after you. I've seen that in Elms Grove, where we're being surrounded by those 4, and when I stepped out and I was going into prayer, I was able to see them when they chased the person that dropped me off. They chased her out of the mobile home park. All of them. It was like 4 of them chasing her. She was speeding, and they were going after her.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, because they look like if they have like a druid robe of some sort, druid, because it's got that brownish color, but it's just more of a manifestation, spirit. But yeah, brownish, blackish.
But we got to bring people with us that we can like use as bait. So I was thinking Nellie and Jen.
Oh,
I'm not
and
bait.
Abe, you can bring your wife. And so we put them out there and just say, look, there's these helpless women. There's no one around to protect them. What happens? So when these creatures come, then we pop out. Hey, unless they're really aggressive and mean, then we just take off.
Yeah, they were like,
Nellie's
I'm going home.
Oh, I'm laughing.
Nellie was like, first she did this kind of like that look like, no, I'm joking. We won't do that. We'll just pick one of y'all. Draw strike.
Yeah. Jen's got it. She can bull sharks in the Guadalupe. She got it.
Castro said, "I'll be bait."
Josh said he'll be bait. Okay, we'll use you. If I nominate Maddie. Maddie's small, very insignificant person. You know.
Jin's
I'm
5'2".
joking, Maddie. I'm not gonna.
We can put Madeline and Jin in the same. Yeah, they're 5'2".
Jin's gonna like listen to this show tomorrow and be like, "What the f are you talking?"
We need the Duende to go represent, man, because what are we running to Duendes out there?
Well, I don't know. Did you guys? I don't know if you guys
the
had a
Duende
chance
Queen.
to listen to the show yesterday. The Mexico's Duende King. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's nuts. And then to get the accounts of what happened after he ran out of town, he was still showing up. Whether I don't know if he's alive or dead, but he was showing up in people's bedsides, and he was drinking blood like a vampire. I think that these things are they all go hand in hand. People think it's all like different. There's this and that, whatever. And it is, it's all different, but it's also the same. And they work deals with one another. It's like two different types of gangsters, working together. Interesting when I heard that part about him showing up as like I don't know, like a blood drinking spirit. I mean, astral projecting,
I've seen something like that with my grandmother. Whatever deal. I don't know. All I know is I seen something in the form of a man, but it wasn't a man. It looked like a man. His leg kept on twitching. I could see gnats underneath.
Uh,
It was a Sunday. There was a man knocking on the door. She had make up pirutada, and I said, "Can I help you?" And he said, "Is a mujer de la casa here? Is a woman of the house here?"
mm,
My grandmother was already up there in age, 80 something, and she's walking real slow down the hallway, and she sees him, and she backs up like 2, 3 steps, and he looks at her and he said it's a certain way, like in Spanish is "Me vas a dejar entrar?" Like, are you gonna let me in? So, sí, pásala, that was kind of weird because I never seen this man before. So, I had eaten the capirotada already, and she sits him down on the table, and she brings the whole bowl that she made. She said, "I prepared you something, your favorite." And I'm like, "Who is this guy? He's not my uncle. He's no family member." He looks at the capirotada, big bowl, and he just starts eating it like an animal, man, like a dog, making this weird noise like an animal sound, just freaking eating it without no spoon or anything with his mouth. So I go underneath and then pick up his pant leg, where the gnats were flying,
mhm.
and he kicks me, and I jump out of the table and he stands up. When I lifted his pant, I could see like the leg of what seemed to be animalistic, like a goat.
Mm.
And I was like, he jumped up, the bowl flipped, and there was nothing in there. He ate it that fast. He tells my grandfather, "Me lo voy a ver a él. I'm gonna take him. Uh, Está muy fuerte. He's too strong." And my grandmother is like, "No, no, no. Es tu tiempo." Say, "Yes, tu tiempo. It's your time." And she said, "No, no, no. Quiero más tiempo. One more time." And she he tells her, "Well, if not him, who?" And she says my uncle's name, which is her son. And he told her, "I'll be back in a year." I seen him walk out, and I was like, "Who's
Mhm.
this guy?" I don't know who he is. I'm like, I think like at that time, like 10 or 11. So I start following him, and my mom's telling me, "Don't follow, don't go." But I was a hard headed kid, man, and that's why I got my whoopings I got. So I'm following. I see him going up the street, up the hill. He takes a left, so I run. I'm barefooted. Those times the '70s, I'll be barefooted. I ran up the street. I seen him walking in the middle of the road, and I just see like a time gap open and space. He went into the space, and it's like when it opened and closed, you could hear like a noise, like if like how should I say, like metal to metal or something like that. But he actually went somewhere else. So I said, this guy is probably like a magician. I was a kid, so I started looking all around the houses underneath the house that is right there. couldn't find them. But like a couple of weeks later, things start happening at my uncle's house,
Mm.
where they're saying there's this man with boots coming at nighttime on the porch, and you could hear the boot marks on the porch. But it wasn't the boots that they were hearing; it was the hoofs. And I remember when he went there because I spent the night at my cousin's house, and he showed up nighttime. You could hear the hoof marks on the porch, and he's going back and forth, and he's calling my uncle outside that he needs to handle some business with him to come outside. And I recognized him. It was the same thing that was at my grandmother's house. And from my uncle, he got spiritually attacked by it. He was being demonized, whatever that was. We had to go pray for him, get rid of that unclean spirit in which he left when it flew out. You know how you said, Brother Josh, where you see like a blur, a brown. Well, this was like a blur of black. The spirit flew out, or the unclean spirit flew out of the house. It ripped the screen window open and it flew out. But then after that, my uncle became better because we were in prayer. But these things do exist. I do believe the duende, the story, to me, the duende could be in a form of something in the nature of superstitious, but demonic. If somebody, especially when he's dealing with money, that's what they offer you is money. They want you to make you rich, but they're lying to you because you could see something,
Monetary,
you could
yeah,
see the money, but all of a sudden, after you make the deal, your money is gone. There's nothing there. The money
yeah.
is just an illusion.
It's a
That's how they
facade.
deceive a lot of people.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do believe the story of the Duende King or blood sacrifice. They need something to keep on going, and I'm more sure they probably do see that entity there or what the spirit, unclean spirit, whatever you want to call it. I'm more sure still spotted there. No
yeah,
difference than the Llorona. The Llorona is spotted worldwide. Worldwide, she's spotted in every country, called different names. The
yeah.
Whaler, we call her the Llorona.
The
Then
howler.
she's called different
Yeah,
things in other countries, but yeah, I believe the story of the Duende, the king, and I spoke to my cousin, and she said she deal with some duendes where they come in the Rio Grande Valley that they had an experience with some duendes. So yeah, uh,
right.
she said that they're very mischievous. They can mimic voices. They can even take the manifestations to like a person that try to lure you into the woods.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hey man, I'm gonna have to dip out, but
Thank you, bro. Thank you, brother
dude,
Joe Breezy,
yeah,
for
hey,
jumping in.
absolutely, Abe. I appreciate you having me on. Wolf, Nelly, I love y'all, man. Most
Thank you,
praises
brother.
to all y'all, man. Y'all are some of the greatest people I know, especially in this format, and I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. But yeah, I just gotta go. I gotta go do my thing,
Yeah, me
and
too.
Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah. Thanks
Thank
for
you
having
all
us,
for
Have a
Abe.
good night.
thank you
Thank you,
all
Abe.
for
Thank you
for
so
jumping
much.
on here with me.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate
yeah,
Had
y'all.
a great time.
I had a fun time. Thank you, Abe.
Always
Love,
fun to
light, and
hang out in the
blessings.
chats, man.
no, I love you all, and I love you all in the chats. Have, if you want to come in, jump into the Breezy Speakeasy, and if not, that's cool. I dig it too. I ain't tripping one bit. But
What's your shows in Monica's?
so Monica's was gonna be tonight, and then tomorrow night we'll be doing the Breezy Speakeasy. So if y'all want to come hang out and kick it, have fun. If not, no worries.
What time is it?
We kick it off at 10
And
CST Central Standard
I'll
Time.
probably show. I'll be sick tomorrow probably because I'm
Because you're getting down. He feels it's like he's getting
I'm
down.
getting sick. So
Yeah, no worries,
I'm
man.
still not up to
I'll
it.
show up in the chat. I guess
I'm not doing it.
probably ain't gonna be able to do much.
No worries.
Strength myself.
And if both you, Nelly, and Abe all, if y'all ever want to jump on, man, just hit me up. Y'all can jump on.
I should go pester you. You and
I don't
Monica.
give
I'll
huge.
pester you guys.
Yeah, I love you and Monica and Abe. Y'all
Yes.
are great, man. Thanks for having me on, Abe. I appreciate it. Cool costume.
Thank you.
The Svengoolie of the night. I loved it, dude. You look so Svengoolie, dude.
It kind of reminds me of Rob Zombie, the guy on Rob Zombie. What's his name?
That's what he was trying to do. But it's there was a cat in Ohio called Svengoolie, and he was trying to do it like Elvira was. And
Of the dark.
it looks just like what Abe looks like tonight. Top hat, white face with, yeah. So look up Svengoolie, and then you'll be like, that's how Abe looked like tonight.
Next year we gotta dress up.
Yeah,
I gotta dress up and just hop on everybody else's podcast.
I've dressed up twice, and I haven't done it since.
Yeah.
Once I was a pimp.
Thank you all for hanging out with the count
Once
tonight.
my butt.
Those teeth are.
I'll be Renfield next year, Abe.
Renfield.
I'll be eating the little grasshoppers.
Round me.
I'll
That's
be
one of my
heading
favorite movies.
back over to Transylvania tomorrow, Joe Brisi. But Brother Abe or Sergeant Sias might show up for your life tomorrow.
Well,
He'll be
yeah,
better.
man.
He was
Y'all
feeling
are
a
more
little
than
bit
welcome.
he was feeling a little bit tired tonight. He's taking a nap.
Yeah,
right, guys,
but
I'm
all
out of here,
y'all
man.
more than welcome. Come on into the Breezy Speakeasy. We're just gonna be getting toasted and having it, and you know me. There's no bars. Yeah,
And
we're
for
just gonna
all
have
the
fun.
haters and trolls, I got two words for you. Suck it.
DMX style.
You know what they say about me, right?
You fargin' farger.
That's hilarious.
All right, man.
All right, guys.
Thank
Happy
you,
Halloween,
y'all.
everybody.
Happy
Thanks
Halloween.
for tuning in, everybody. I'll see you guys. I'll
Thank
be
you
on
all for
God-
being here.
Sunday.
God bless. Thank you for coming in, and keep searching for the truth because it's out there.
Yeah.
Night, night.
All right. Later.
Bye.
Brothers and sisters, I hope everybody had a good evening. A night of a lot of stories, a lot of good people here. Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nelly Turner, and Brother Joe Breezy. Is there any questions that anybody would like to say to the count before I take my road trip back to Transylvania? In saying that, I just want to say thank you to all the people that came here to see the count. Thank you, Chiefs. Leaf. I just want to say thank you, Donkey, Donkey Sean, and you're very welcome. Walks with the Bears. Yes, I need to go find a refreshment after being live for so long tonight. I don't like Sergeant Sia's blood. It's too thin. It's like cousin Jesse said, a bloodline. It's got too much warfare in the system. Thank you, Brother Diablo. In saying that, I'll be the same. Hasta la vista. Buenas noches. And it's a good night from the Count. Good night, everyone. And thank you for tuning in. Till we meet again. Till next time. This is Count Sias signing off from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Nice to meet everyone. You can always watch the replay. There's a live from earlier on YouTube. It was a 2 hour live. And of course, a 4 hour live. So I had a very busy night. Very busy. And I need to hurry up because I don't want the sun to rise. God bless you all. Good night.